What color is New York City's Staten Island ferry? And our first caller in, I believe, was, let me go to Jody. Hi there, Jody. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Jody. What color is the New York Staten Island ferry?
Orange.
Orange is correct.
Yeah!
It's not even a word. Hang on, Jody. You got yourself a $150 Fogo to Show gift card. And Fogo is a culinary experience and the best place to discover new favorites like their new bone-in ribeye and bone-in double-cut pork chop as part of the full Tresco experience. And you can make a reservation for Center City or King of Prussia at Fogo.com. Jurors reportedly didn't find Amber Heard too sincere in her testimony against Johnny Depp. One of the jurors appeared on Good Morning America yesterday and revealed the crying, the facial expressions that she had, the staring at the cry. All of us were very uncomfortable, they said. And she would answer one question and she would be crying, and then 2 seconds later she would turn ice cold. And some of us use the expression crocodile tears. So he's indicating that maybe, speaking for himself, and I guess amongst the jury, you know, because you discussed.
Take a consensus, yeah.
And some people probably felt that she didn't quite tell the truth or she was faking it or
I kind of see that. Did you see any of her testimony?
Nah.
Yeah, it did not read as sincere, and a lot of people have said that.
He had most jurors felt her story didn't add up and that she was likely the aggressor. So that's what they felt.
Well, there you go, man. You're not going to win that case.
Presented all the evidence.
She was very coached. You could tell. I mean, listen, everybody is when they get on the stand, but you know what I mean. You could tell in the and it was just it would go in circles because they would ask her a question. She go, "Well, which incident are you referring to?" And they'd say, "The one we just mentioned."
Yeah, the one we're talking about now.
The one we're talking about right now.
Right. All right. Speaking of incidents, America's Dad gave fans a not-so-fatherly scolding, and deserved, though. Tom Hanks exploded at a crowd gathered outside an elevator in a New York City lobby after his wife, Rita Wilson, got bumped hard from behind by the star-chasing mob. These are like autograph hounds, and they're running them down.
These aren't autograph hounds who are just collecting for themselves. They get things signed, and then they sell them.
Yeah, you can tell the type when you see them. So Wilson stumbled forward and gasped and then turned around and said, "Stop it." And Hanks then took center stage to protect Wilson, and he yells, "Back the F off," knocking over my wife.
That's not typical Hanks.
And Tom, of course, you know from movies, has got a very loud delivery when he needs to. He can yell. So this is a clip from that happening. So they're chasing him down. They bump into her.
How you doing?
It's been a long time.
Be careful, Tom.
Watch out. Move. It's been a long time, Tom.
Right here.
Whoa.
Stop it. What are you doing? Back the off. What are y'all doing? What are you doing? People are crazy, bro.
Knocking over my wife.
Yeah, they're bugging. Sorry, Tom, about that. They're bugging out. These people are. Sorry about that, Tom.
Yeah, so a few people apologized to him. But yeah, he was like, dude, enough.
They were charged with misdemeanor bugging.
Oh, bugging?
Yeah.
No way.
Wow.
Yeah, so, and he does have, it's funny to hear him curse like that in that way, but she was just about to fall completely over.
Yeah. So he's got security there. They could have, but he handled it himself. So nonetheless, kind of interesting to see him act that way.
Rita Wilson's a lovely young lady.
She is lovely. Would you ever knock her over?
Never in 1,000 years.
Knock her up?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, all right.
A heartbeat.
Yeah, different question.
Got a wonderful rack.
Yeah. A mother and her 12-year-old were granted a temporary harassment protection order against actor Ezra Miller.
Oh, my God.
In Massachusetts after alleging that the actor behaved inappropriately towards the child and also brandished a gun in a threatening manner. This is reported by the Daily Beast. The outlet said that it based its report on its own review of the protection order, interviews with the 12-year-old and their family, and an examination of contemporaneous texts and photos. The family was at a downstairs neighbor's house in Greenfield, Massachusetts. This was on February 2nd, when Miller, allegedly a friend of the neighbor, showed up. And according to the visiting neighbor, Miller was wearing a bulletproof vest and began acting erratically. The actor allegedly claimed that the board game, Kathy, and you'll be interested to know this,
Parcheesi?
that the board game Parcheesi has Rastafarian roots. Okay. And when questioned on the specifics of this claim, Ezra opened the jacket he was wearing to reveal a gun and said, "Talking like that could get you into a really serious situation." What?
Come on.
The visiting neighbor said that Miller then focused on the child allegedly pestering them with compliments, uncomfortably hugging them, and touching their hips. The child and their mother told the Daily Beast that Miller's strange behavior and dilated pupils make them think the actor was under the influence. I think Ezra has a drug thing going on.
I agree. And it appears there's literally no one in his life stepping in, trying to guide him or save him from himself. Now, this happened in February. There have been a couple incidents since then, the Hawaiian stuff.
Yeah.
And I was saying to you earlier, Preston, they're sitting on this massive movie, The Flash, which is going to be huge.
Yeah.
But they actually moved it out of this year to get away from stories like this, but they keep on coming.
Isn't he literally on the lam right now? Like the authorities are looking for the guy. They can't find him anywhere. I mean, clearly he needs help, but also he's messed up.
Yeah,
he's causing a lot of problems for a lot of people, and he needs some help. But he also really needs to be held accountable.
Yes,
we'll see if there's any.
And I like
I don't know if I like him anymore.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, I like the performance.
Yeah.
Well, what he's done now is I think. Listen, we'll have to hear how everything shakes out, but I think everyone looks it's beyond the pale.
Yeah.
Pete Davidson made a cameo in the season finale of the Kardashians on Thursday.
Oh, that's so great.
In the clip, he can be heard joking about his girlfriend's vagina.
It's very funny stuff.
Kim attempt to introduce Davidson to her audio editor, Paxi, joking that they've known each other so long, she's, quote, probably seen my vagina. In response, the comedian can be heard off camera saying, more than me, which is actually pretty funny. The Skims founder retorted with, not more than you, but she's probably seen it.
Oh, my God.
And the same episode.
We're funny.
Yeah.
We make all these things up ourselves.
In the same episode, fans got a glimpse of Khloe's response to Tristan Thompson's paternity scandal.
It really hurt.
When she found out that the NBA player fathered a child with Marilyn Nichols, Khloe told her sister Kendall, if you cheated and admitted that, I would respect you a little more. You cheated, lied, and were hiding it for months, thinking I would never know. Do you know what that tells me? There's a dozen others that just haven't outed him.
Oh, well, she could just think back in the recent history when this has happened 3 or 4 times already.
I know.
It's not like he has a complete history of this.
In a separate conversation with Kim, she added,
Perhaps not basketball players anymore.
You either wear a condom or get a vasectomy, or you don't F random people that you meet in other states. It's not rocket science.
I just want to be loved.
Listen, if you want to continue to role play, don't forget I have the lip plumper for you guys.
The lip plumper. Yes.
It is. So when you guys are ready, I have it over
To
here.
go full Kardashian?
Yeah.
Just might have to do that.
Maybe it's the day if you have like multiple Kardashian stories.
Okay.
And we can all put it on.
Yep.
How long before it actually plumps you?
I think like a couple seconds.
All right.
It'll
What is
start
it?
kicking in.
Poison.
Believe it or not, Marilyn Monroe's iconic dress was not ruined when Kim wore it to the Met Gala last month. According to a Q&A posted on Ripley's Instagram account Thursday, the happy birthday dress was already showing some wear and tear before it was lent out to her.
So they blamed it on her, but it was the kind of natural fray.
I don't think they came out and said anything. I think someone had shown before what they called before and after pictures. I don't think it was Ripley's, believe it or not.
Okay.
They said they were going to look into it.
All right.
I think it's their own fault. You lent it out.
Well, anyhow, they go on to say a report written on the dress's condition in 2017 states a number of seams are pulled and worn. This is not surprising given how delicate the material is. There is puckering at the back and the hooks and eyes.
What about the gigantic skid mark?
By the hooks and eyes, among other instances of damage. They added, Kim Kardashian wearing the dress has been hotly contested, but she did not personally damage the garment in the short amount of time that it was worn at the Met Gala. So that is the Ripley's, believe it or not, museum saying that. They're the ones that own it. So there you go. It will be on display at the Hollywood Ripley's, believe it or not, until the fall of 2022.
Do you know what I think is the hardest part to believe about all this is that this is sitting in Ripley's museum. Why, don't you think it'd be like in the Smithsonian or?
They bought it.
Yeah.
They paid it. Now they own it. They could give it to the Smithsonian if they wanted to, but no, they're,
Usually you see like weird
business.
things that are hard to believe.
Yep.
as implied by the name.
Naomi Watts and Liev Schreiber celebrated their child Kai's graduation as a modern family. The former couple reunited on Wednesday for 13-year-old Kai's middle school graduation in New York.
Julie Jerkoff.
Watts shared a photo on Instagram featuring Schreiber, Kai, and their 14-year-old son, Sasha. Watts' partner, Billy Crudup, and Schreiber's girlfriend, Taylor Neeson, also appear in the photo.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirk.
All right, so wait. I thought Naomi Watts was with Ben Foster.
No.
Were they together, or am I thinking of a different blonde that kind of looks like?
I think
Naomi
you're thinking
Watts?
of Jenny from Forrest Gump.
Yes.
Robin Wright and
Robin Wright. That's it.
They were together. I didn't know she was with Billy Crudup.
Neither did I.
Nope.
From the morning show.
Watts captioned the post, congratulations to Kai, class of 2022. Schreiber also posted a photo of Watts and Kai both holding bouquets of flowers, writing congratulations. Watts and Schreiber split in 2016. They were together for 11 years. And Watts will star in the new film called Storm, and Schreiber will star in an adaptation of the Ernest Hemingway novel Across the River and Into the Trees.
There had been word that Watts was going to star in one of the Game of Thrones sequels, and that didn't come to fruition.
Yeah. Boy George has reignited his feud with Victoria Beckham.
Why?
After claiming that British Airways left passengers waiting in first class while the fashion designer's car came to pick her up directly from the aircraft. The singer took to Twitter to vent his frustration on Wednesday afternoon, vowing to avoid flying with the airline for the foreseeable future in a since-deleted tweet.
When did this happen?
Just recently.
Oh.
So he wrote, nice touch for British Airways to leave everyone in first class waiting for steps while Victoria Beckham's car picks her up at the aircraft. Proper going to... For the past couple of weeks touring with the Culture Club. While he did not disclose his flight's arrival destination, it is believed to be in the UK as Culture Club are set to perform in London tonight. So it's not the first time that Boy George has spoken out against a former Spice Girl. Apparently, in 2018, he'd asked Beckham for an autograph when they met at a radio station, and it didn't quite go to plan. He recalled, she's a little bit more serious now, isn't she? But this was a fun moment in her life. He said, I nabbed her at a radio station and said, will you write something funny on this for me? And she wouldn't write what I asked her to write, but she wrote, to the bitch F off. And her harsh words seeming words may have been in response to Boy George's slamming of the Spice Girls in the past. In 2016, I guess he was on the UK version of The Voice.
All right.
And he forbade a singer from performing the song Viva Forever from Spice Girls before launching into a scathing attack on the Power 5-piece, the girl Power 5-piece. He said, Spice Girls are awful. I hate them. They have got nothing to say. And what the F is girl power? F the Spice Girls.
Wow.
So.
He drew first blood.
Oh, my God. Boy George as Rambo. Oh, my God.
I want to start a band called Culture Club.
Yeah. Culture Claw?
Culture Claw. Culture Club.
I don't know. So anyhow, I guess they had some kind of a thing.
One of those celebrity fights. Well, you can see why she might be upset if he said he hated them.
Yes, I can understand.
It's weird that I could simultaneously not give a crap, but also love the crap out of that stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Celebrity feuds?
Yeah.
Yep. In a Q&A with Gail King at the Tribeca Film Festival earlier this week, Tyler Perry shared his experience at the annual Academy Awards. Following the infamous slap, numerous reports stated that Perry had comforted Will Smith in the aftermath. However,
there is video of him doing that, right?
Yes, but he said it's more complicated than that.
Oh.
So he said there's a difference between comforting and de-escalating. He added that he left early to get to Chris to make sure that he was okay, but that he also felt empathy for Smith. He said, I was there, close up. I left early to go check on Chris because it was wrong in no uncertain terms, and I made sure that I said that to Will as well. Perry said that Smith was devastated. He said he couldn't believe what happened. He couldn't believe he did it. And I'm looking at this man and his eyes going, what are you doing? This is your night. And to get all this way to winning an Oscar, it was one of the crowning moments of his career that he wanted so desperately. And he added that Chris Rock was, quote, a pure champion the way he handled it. but that something happened that was extremely painful for Smith as well. And it's no excuse. He was completely wrong, but something triggered, and that was so out of everything that he is. So he says he stepped in to kind of just, let's stop this right now. You know,
he seems like a good guy, Tyler
He does
Perry.
seem like a good guy. So
and he sort of answered the question.
Yeah,
and now we're better for it.
Excellent. There are no hard feelings between Sharna, Burgess, and Megan Fox.
This is wonderful news.
Isn't it, though?
So happy.
Well, you know who Megan Fox is.
Yeah, who's Sharna?
So 5 months after she started dating Fox's ex, Brian Austin Green,
Yes.
Burgess called the actress to show her support. The Dancing with the Stars pro, that's who she is, said on Wednesday's episode of whatever show she was on that she reached out to say, hey, I'm around your kids all the time. If you ever want to know anything about me or if you ever want to get coffee, let me know.
They're calling me mommy now.
And if there is any way I can support you in being part of this situation, let me know.
Well, they're trying to be amiable and keep things very communicative. That's cool.
Yep, absolutely. Fox said that she really appreciated the gesture and thanked her as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now leave me alone.
Joe Exotic and his fiance, John Graham, have parted ways. This is another
Wait a
fiancé.
second.
A different fiance.
The one that he left the boy toy for?
Yeah. So
That was a prison romance.
according to Tiger King's attorney, the twosome met while in prison together.
Yeah, which is a great place to meet people.
But Graham has moved on since being released.
How do you move on when you're in prison?
He was
going to
released.
another cell.
Yeah. The lawyer said that Joe will continue to have a close relationship with his son and some members of John's family. He had nothing to say that's bad about John Graham and wishes him well as he gets his life back. Additionally, a rep for Joe said a very special man has come back into his life to pick up where they left off, leading many to speculate that his ex, Seth Posey, I don't know who
Never
this
heard of
is,
that guy.
Posey,
Yeah.
may be back in his life. So I don't remember that.
Is it
guy.
possible? I guess it is. If you're in a prison romance and you both end up in solitary confinement in side-by-side cells.
Well, solitary means by yourself.
Right, yeah.
Oh, side-by-side cells.
Yes.
Ooh, okay.
Right.
And that you have a relationship that way?
Like knocking and
Yeah. Like
through
start
the-
talking through Morse code. It could
Yeah.
be very romantic.
Through
Yeah.
the vents.
Yeah.
You mean start a relationship that way?
Say yeah, or you know,
Either one?
You thought it had gone asunder, that the relationship was over. Yeah, we're over. You storm out, you go to your solitary confinement cell, and lo and behold, your ex is in the cell right next to you.
Oh.
And it kind of forces you to talk.
Yeah, maybe.
Work things out.
So romantic.
I can see that as a Lifetime movie.
Yeah.
With
Maybe.
Candace Cameron Bure and who else?
Oh, she's too sweet. I feel like it needs to be. No, I feel
Yeah,
like
but it's a Hallmark movie.
Yeah.
What about Alyssa Milano? I think she might be better.
Yeah.
Alyssa Milano and Alicia Witt, maybe? Or,
Yeah, okay. Alyssa Milano's really not a Hallmark actress.
No,
no.
there's a couple though she was in. Not current, I guess.
How about Lacey Chabert?
Lacey should perfect.
yeah.
Now we got
Yeah,
a movie.
yeah.
Yeah.
That we got a movie.
The Jennifer Hudson Show will premiere on September 12th. I didn't even know this was in the works.
I thought I'd been watching it already.
Oh, no. That's something else. Deadline reports that the talk show has been cleared in over 95% of the U.S. by Warner Brothers. Unscripted television and Warner Brothers as well. Domestic television distribution is in too. And the show will be executive produced by Mary Connolly, Andy Lassner, and the Corey Pallant.
They're going in a different direction. They're
The
going to go
Ellen
with
DeGeneres
celebrity chat and some music, which is going to be really different.
That's exactly the same as everybody else.
Is she American Idol?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So-
she's an EGOT.
Yeah, she just won the EGOT.
Emmy, Grammy,
No, I know,
Oscar,
but
Tony.
I'm just saying they like, and now you have Kelly Clarkson has her show. Like,
Yeah.
And you
Yeah, you're
have
right.
Drew Barrymore.
Yeah, but she's saying maybe those are two American Idol
Are they pulling
alums.
from them, or?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, they're grabbing great singers now
Yeah.
and trying them out. And like I said, I think you got to be a good interviewer for your show.
That's
to
a
really,
critical thing.
I mean, you don't have to be a great hard hitting interviewer, but you have to have good banter.
So they're pulling
in order for it to work.
Do you think they're pulling a lot from American Idol? Because I saw Ruben Studdard's on American Ninja.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Now
That's going to be wild.
I'm
I
gonna
would
watch that.
That I would watch. Deadline reports that Abigail Spencer and Donald Fashion will co-star in the forthcoming John Cryer pilot for NBC. It says John Fashion, not John Faison. Donald.
It says Donald Faison in the headline.
But up here it says Fashion.
Because they're idiots.
All right, then it's Donald Faison. Good.
Yeah.
All right, that makes more sense because I've never heard of Donald Fashion. Hi,
Donald Fashion. As you can tell, I'm a natty dresser.
Yeah.
You must be Poly Cosmetics because your makeup is on point.
John Cryer, this is a pilot for his show on NBC. Cryer will play a divorced man who continues to live with his ex-wife, who will be played by Abigail Spencer, who has started dating the owner of his favorite sports team, who is Donald Faison.
So Cryer actually had a really solid turn as Lex Luthor on in the CW world. Really, really solid. A great villain. I'd like to see more of that.
Also, according to Deadline, Chris Rock and Dwayne Johnson have been approached about hosting the primetime Emmys on NBC this summer.
Chris Rock hate award shows now, don't you?
So it'd be Rock and the Rock.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Rock and Rock.
Rock.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, my God. Okay, so I think every one of us, at some point, I've talked with everyone today on the show talking about how tired we are because we had an event on Wednesday night, and normally we have them on Thursday night.
Yep.
And it's just kind of thrown off our clocks. So we're probably not amusing you, but just know we're having a good time.
Tired.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
If you're not entertained, we don't care where.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We're having a good time. According to the outlet, both Rock
if
and
you're concerned for us,
Rock and Johnson have turned down the offer, but you never know. They might.
Wait, so it's not Rock and Rock?
No, they were approached.
Oh.
So, but you never know.
is there a celebrity named Rolle?
They might come back around.
Esther.
Oh my God,
Yeah, Esther Rolle.
Esther Rolle,
Rock and roll.
Chris Rock and Esther Rolle.
Rock and roll. There, we fixed it.
I love
Nick
that.
will split the proceeds.
Hang on. Is she alive still?
I don't know.
No, she isn't. But it doesn't matter. You can drag her corpse
Well,
out.
listen, she only passed away in 98, so we're
She's still fresh. There's probably a minimum of maggot.
I actually,
It's a bad name, minimum of maggot.
I met her.
No, you didn't.
At the Striped Bass in Philadelphia when that restaurant was still around.
Oh my God, is that Preston Elliott?
Listen, I was there for a dinner with some radio industry people, and I saw her at another table, and I went over and talked to her.
Oh, she's great.
She was a sweetheart.
Do you remember how good she is?
For those who don't remember, she was on Good Times.
Yeah.
She played the mother on Good Times.
And then she was in Driving Miss Daisy, was she not?
I don't. Oh, yeah, that's right.
She was the kitchen.
She was in the kitchen. She was the cook, yeah.
She was fantastic.
So I went over and I talked to her. And
Was she nice?
She was a sweetheart. I'm like, I'm sorry to bother you. And the meal was over. She was just kind of sitting with her friends. And I said, I just want to tell you how much I loved Good Times. And I'd not that long before had used a stupid question from Good Times.
Right.
And I asked her the question, which was, what would your character always make for Bookman, the super in the building? What was his favorite treat? Do you guys remember?
I don't.
It was a sweet potato pie.
There we go.
And she could get him to do anything if he would make sweet potato pie.
Did she remember it?
She did, and she was very.
Oh, that's sweet.
She was very sweet.
Did you give her the Hershey Park tickets?
Didn't have them at the time because I was out to dinner, but I would have given them to her. But she was lovely, so I'm glad I got to share my Esther Rolle this morning.
There's a producer named Richard Rolle. There's a basketball player named Michael Rolle.
Yeah.
There's
not many roles.
There's a
Kathy found an
cricketer.
actress.
No, it's a cricket
player.
A cricket player
So that'd
from
be
New
great.
Zealand.
Some people might see that as forced if you had
Rebecca
a
Rolle.
co-host with a cricket player.
You can also check, like, sometimes roll can be spelled like ROWLE or ROWEL.
ROHL.
Yeah.
Oh, like roll doll?
Yeah, so that might work.
We could do J.K. Rowling, but
Rock and rolling.
Yeah,
It's not bad.
And whatnot.
Gina Rollins.
Rock and rolling.
Kelly Rowland.
Kelly Rowland.
She'd be a good co-host.
Rock and Roland.
Yeah.
That could work.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, and there was a purity, though, to rock and rock.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Anyhow,
We fixed it.
Keep working on it. We got movies opening this weekend. We're going to tell you about them, my friend. Here we go. Opening today are Lightyear, animated adventure comedy, stars Chris Evans, Taika Waititi, and Keke Palmer. Legendary Space Ranger Buzz Lightyear embarks on an intergalactic adventure alongside ambitious recruits Izzy, Mo, Darby, and his robot companion Socks. As this motley crew tackles their toughest mission yet, they must learn to work together as a team to escape the evil Zurg and his dutiful robot army that are never far behind. Hour and 40 minutes long. It's rated PG. Wide release today. Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 79%. Father of the Bride also opens. It's a rom-com starring Andy Garcia, Gloria Estefan, Adria Oriana. And the plot is... You are enthusiastically invited to the love, the food, the music, and the fun of Father of the Bride, a modern rom-com updated from the timeless classic. This sparkling story of a family and its unbreakable bonds illustrates the surprising and funny ways that the heart can adapt in the name of love. Hour and 57 minutes long. It's rated PG-13. Streaming today, Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 75%. And then, finally, Cha-Cha Real Smooth opens this weekend. I love that title.
Cha-Cha Real Smooth, yeah.
Comedy drama starring Dakota Johnson, Cooper Rafe, and Leslie Mann. Fresh out of college and without a clear life path going forward, 22-year-old Andrew is stuck back at home with his family in New Jersey. But if there's one thing that belongs in his non-existent resume is how to get a party started, which lands him the perfect job of motivational dancing at the bar at bat mitzvahs for his younger brother's classmates. When Andrew befriends a local mom, Domino, and her daughter, Lola, he finally discovers a future that he wants, even if it might not be his own. Hour and 47 minutes long. It's rated R. In theaters and streaming today, Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 90%.
How about that?
Cha-Cha Real Smooth. All right, let's get to clips now. Rory Scovel plays Dan, husband of unexpected 80s aerobic star Sheila Rubin in the show Physical. In this clip, Rory explains the dynamic shift of his character this season.
Danny is now in the backseat. He's not the breadwinner for the family. He's not the man of the house that he maybe saw himself being. And I know that that is a huge change in his ego, which, you know, as we see the season, we see that Danny now is going to try to step up and be a better dad and be a better husband.
I don't think I want to see it.
Steve, do you remember when they used to show like Jazzercise on TV,
on Showtime,
and aerobics in general? I remember just on regular broadcast television that they would show. It'd be like a half-hour exercise program.
Yeah,
and it was hot women working out in tights.
There was, and in fact, there was one. I think it would end up on I forget what channel it was, but Preston. They were always wearing black tights.
Okay,
and they started to become celebrities. Never saying a word.
Right.
But so many guys were tuning in to watch these women do these aerobic dances that they became celebrities.
I remember in the movie 48 Hours, it's Eddie Murphy. He had been in jail for 6 months. And he comes out and he's turning on TV. He sees it and he goes, "Man, TV has changed."
Wait, was it actual workouts or was it a show?
It was actual workouts. There wasn't like a host or anything.
They were just working out.
They were just working out.
They weren't even instructing you.
You were supposed to do it along with them.
But it was shot some of them were shot in a more erotic fashion.
Yeah.
I wanted to like this show so much I watched a number of the first season's episodes, and it just didn't take for me.
Physical is streaming today on Apple Plus. A new episode is. All right, next clip. Here we go. When Pete Maverick Mitchell trains a detachment of Top Gun graduates for a specialized mission, the likes of which no living pilot has ever seen.
Oh, my God.
He is forced to confront ghosts from his past in Rooster, the son of his late co-pilot Goose. And in this clip, Tom Cruise talks about why he's excited for the audience to watch this long-awaited sequel in theaters.
They're going to have an extraordinary experience seeing it on the big screen. This is a movie that you want to see that kind of sound system and that kind of community experience and that visual spectacle that we have. And those are the kind of films I make.
Top Gun showing in theaters now. I got to get out and see it.
Kathy saw it.
I did see it.
It surprised me.
No.
Yeah. Yes.
What?
And you enjoyed it, right?
I did. I really liked it. Yep.
Nice. Well, guess what? I have Top Gun Maverick, the ultimate Father's Day prize pack to give away. I'm just giving this away.
I don't want to know. I want you to tease this now because this is a $500
We're going to give this away
prize.
later on.
Yeah.
It's a $500 prize.
Wow.
And it comes with a Yeti cooler, Applebee's gift cards, a Top Gun Maverick hat, water bottle, and more swag. So at some point, in honor of Father's Day, we will give this away because you should take your dad to see Top Gun Maverick, which is in theaters now. So at some point this morning, we will give that away.
Hey, and how about in honor of Tom Cruise, we give this away now?
All right, I can give this away.
Yeah, I know what's coming.
It's a pair of tickets for a dinner cruise aboard the Spirit of Philadelphia.
Well done.
That's a good segue, Case.
Thank you.
That's like you're on my level now.
Learn from the best. Well, not quite. But
Well, anyhow, City Cruises
It's a dinner, Tom Cruise.
by Hornblower bring you this, and you can dine, dance, take in the amazing views aboard the Spirit of Philadelphia. So caller number 17, it will be yours, 215-263-WMMR. Departs from Penn's Landing, and you can relax and enjoy the gorgeous historic waterfront, and you can book today at citycruises.com. So caller 17, we will give you that dinner cruise from the Spirit of Philadelphia. All right, we have a lot of people on our program today. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. I'll run down the list in a little bit, but several interviews. It will be a good day to end the work week with. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Ever wondered where to get the latest MMR gear? Maybe you should pay attention to these promos we work so hard on. I said, never mind. Why, it's the MMR Rock Shop, of course. At WMMR.
As Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah. I think you should let him off with time served. Giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent. I'm finding you innocent. I object! There's no way that's legal! It's totally legal.
Oh, my God.
I think you need to go to sleep. I got to go to sleep now.
That would be...
That would be
brilliant.
I would totally
Attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah. And he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri. He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh, my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
but
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah,
with his law career,
law school,
with this,
passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say? John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
he gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV. Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
This bitch still got my TV.
Oh my God. Oh.
I suggest you return the TV. Give me the TV.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started The Ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out of
I
there
knew we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like that?
In 7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Is that Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's one it's the one way out where we always get lost going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking about.
Yeah, but the girl who does...
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liv, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Because in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chop-a-da-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you in 7 days. 7 days.
In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey.
The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turn his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. What? I don't have a mic.
So, what's going on with Lindsay Lohan and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia?
I'm sorry, I don't kiss and tell.
Mohammed bin Salman is his name.
Hey, Sababin bin Dalbin.
Rumors are... Mohammed bin Salman.
Salbin bin Dagbin. I love you.
Mohammed bin Salman.
What?
Rumors are circulating that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who many critics say is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman, and the perpetually beleaguered Lilo have formed a special relationship of some sort.
Wait, it's a cup of good roast beef?
Some believe that he is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman. So sources spill that he flies her around on his jets and showers her with presents, even gifting her with a credit card.
Oh, it's a Discover card. It pays you for every purchase.
A rep denies the claim.
What's in your wallet?
What's in your wallet? But sources insist that Lindsay, who has been based partly in Dubai for a few years, is regularly courted by Middle Eastern dignitaries.
I love dictators.
In Saudi culture of late. And
Kim Jong-un, this is Lindsay.
last year declared Her intention to make an all-female film dubbed Frame about Saudi Arabian life.
I want to make an all-female version of Steel Magnolias.
It is an all-female. It's already.
God damn it.
If Lindsay is, in fact, good friends with him, she wouldn't be the first Hollywood star to cavort with dictators, Kim Jong-un and Dennis Rodman. Hilary Swank and Ramzan Kadyrov.
Yes.
Steven Seagal and Vladimir Putin are just a few of the reported Hollywood political odd couples. So Lindsay might be, I don't know, tight with Mohammed bin Salman.
Wow.
And yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in front of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. Kourtney Kardashian is fighting back against critics who claim that she does no work.
Preston, are you saying she's clapping back?
She is clapping back, Steve. Yep. And she got some blowback after posting multiple shots from her family vacations in Italy and Idaho. I know.
So what's it going to be, kids? Italy or Idaho?
She's only visiting places that start with I.
Yeah.
And Idaho happened to be on the list. In Italy...
Indiana!
In Italy, the Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids, Mason, Penelope, and Rain. Remember Poosh?
I'm sorry, I just pooshed.
Yeah, that's her. Is that her lifestyle brand?
Yeah.
Poosh?
Trying to be like Goop, I guess.
Yeah.
Poosh. I just pooshed in my pants.
People who brought you queef and drippy fart.
But she partied.
Poosh, and queef. The award-winning triple line from Kourtney Kardashian.
The Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids nominally for her sister Kylie's 22nd birthday.
With the subtle scent of salmon.
Several other family members were there, as was her ex, Scott Disick, with whom she shares her children, and his girlfriend, Sophia Richie. Now, in Idaho, Kourtney and her kids...
We're going to Idaho, kids!
...hung with her sister Kendall. One social media user commented, Kourtney, this is why people say you don't work, girl. And she replied, so she clapped back.
She clapped back.
We all have our priorities, so I'll be making memories with my kids and amazing people while living my life to the absolute fullest. And then a fight broke out between commenters who praised her for prioritizing her kids over at work and others who said, as working moms, they were dedicated to family too. And so Kourtney clapped back again.
So she clapped back at the mothers?
She says, who says I'm not a working mom? Because I most definitely am. Working mom video, it's titled Frank Rizzo, John Lennon, and The Price is Right. And Frank Rizzo crashes music news, and then we learn that the Beatles won the showcase on The Price is Right. You can follow us on Instagram. You get a first look at the Daily Rush videos. It's sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. You can learn more at xfinity.com, and also check out our YouTube channel where all those videos reside, as well as our streaming. If you want to stream us on YouTube, we come to you live every morning.
It's kind of cool.
Feel free to do that. And there was something else I'm going to mention. Oh, yeah, of course, the World Cup is going to be coming to Philadelphia, 2026. So in a little while, we're going to have Alejandro Bedoya, captain of the Philadelphia Union, on, and one of the co-chairs for the committee that got the World Cup to Philadelphia.
It's awesome.
He's excited.
It's a huge story.
A lot of people excited about that taking place. A couple of years away, time to prepare for that. So We'll talk to him. And also Bill Clement, inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame in November. We'll talk to Bill this morning, too. And Tony Ascenda, who has a new series on Paramount Plus, which is called Players. He brought us American Vandal, the mockumentary, so we'll talk to him and our buddy Michael Barkan. So we got a lot of people to chat with today, including you. For any reason, if you want to call in, make sure that you do. I would like to kick off a connoisseur segment.
What?
With a little tasting.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's Connoisseur Plus.
You were going to get your...
the new streaming channel.
Casey had made... at home, something that we had mentioned on the air a couple of days ago. We had a discussion about salads, potato salad, not lettuce salad, but other kinds of salads, macaroni salad, pasta salad.
It was important.
Tuna salad, chicken salad, all that stuff. Anyhow.
And you put potato salad at the top of your salads list.
Yeah, yep, my favorite.
That's your number one.
Absolutely. And Casey had thrown this idea out into the world. What about making hash brown potato salad?
Mm-hmm.
And he decided to take that upon himself to do at home.
We had trouble trying to imagine that.
What did you do for a recipe? Did you come up with your own?
No. Well, actually, I kind of did.
You invented it?
No, well, so I went online to look up a recipe. Well, just to see if it even exists.
BustyAsians.com.
Okay, so then I clicked on this link and...
Yo, ever heard of Jerkmate?
It's like, all right, I'll get
Check
back
out our potato salad recipe.
I'm going to get back to you. Let me put a pin in that one. And then I found the potato salad. So anyway, so the recipe that I looked up, I did a lot of things differently. The only thing that I followed, like I put some ground mustard, like a Golden's mustard in it.
Okay.
And then I put some, it called for like a cup of mayonnaise.
A cup?
Yeah, a cup. So here's the only thing is I probably could have put more mayonnaise in it, but I didn't want to put too much in.
Well,
and then you
can
can't
always
take it
add
out.
more.
Kathy's out, right? You don't like anything that's mayo-based, correct, Kathy?
Not really.
All right,
I also added 2 ingredients that I personally like that...
Do you want us to try and figure out what it is?
Yeah, I want to see if you can figure out what it is.
Okay, I can already guess one.
Yeah.
Razzles.
Not razzles.
Oh, my God.
But there is...
Remember those?
Because halfway through it turns into a gum.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Starts
Is this a gum salad? It's great.
Gum salad. Ooh. Steve, I think we just created a new recipe. Gum salad.
Gum salad, huh?
I mean, there's juicy fruit in there. There's chiclets.
Oh, my God.
There's all kinds of bubble yum.
Big League Chew.
You get all that in there with mayonnaise and mustard.
And the thing is, it's the meal that keeps on giving.
So Marissa's grabbing everything.
All right, you want me to do something else while we wait for that? I thought you were ready to go.
No,
let's go completely silent until they're ready.
No, it's all good. She's got it. I'm sorry, Marissa. I didn't mean to make you hurry like that.
I diced up some celery in there for some more consistency and stuff. So
okay. All right, so we've got this. I'm taking a look at it. I can see a few things in here.
What's the red thing?
That's bacon.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Those are bacon bits.
Bacon bits.
Looks like you didn't make those. You just
No, it came out of a box.
All right, I'm going to try a bite. Did you already try it? Go ahead. I don't want to sit here and munch and have nobody talking.
You have a more cultivated palate. You do it and you make it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's really good. Are we supposed to eat now?
Nigger's already asking for seconds.
I know you're not like a mayonnaise guy, but you like mayonnaise in your...
I'm thankful that it was not overloaded with mayo.
Okay.
I got it. Okay. So I taste the bacon. Yeah. I think you put some cayenne pepper in there.
No.
Okay. A little bit of definitely the mayo mustard I can taste, but you already said that. But something with some spice. You put hot sauce in?
Put jalapenos in there.
Jalapenos.
I put pickled jalapenos.
Oh, okay.
Diced up pickled jalapenos. And that was a last minute decision. And when I was opening up the refrigerator and grabbing the mayonnaise off of the top shelf of my thing, I saw the diced. I was like, I love jalapenos.
So I think I'm catching a little bit of the mustard. I actually like that it has a bit of an edge to it.
Yeah.
Do you agree, Preston?
I can taste the heat, but I can't taste the actual jalapeno flavor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
well, I didn't go crazy with it.
Right.
So I took some jalapeno. I took a few spoonfuls out. I didn't go crazy with it. I laid it out on paper towel so it all kind of dried out just a little bit, and then I mixed those in with the diced up celeries, and then that's how I mixed it in. I wanted I wanted just a little bit of a kick, but not necessarily the flavor.
May I ask how you prepared the hash browns?
Okay, so I fried them on a griddle.
Okay.
The recipe called for me to actually microwave them, but I wanted to kind of have some crisp on some of them, so I fried them up on a griddle.
Taste that ain't bad, man.
It's not bad, right?
I put a little more salt in there, but yeah.
Okay.
What kind of gum is this?
That.
Oh, God.
Fruit stripes.
Casey, I like that it kind of ends with the spice. Like when you take a bite of it, it's not overpowering.
Right?
So it doesn't sometimes when food is too spicy, that first bite gets you, right? But this sort of finishes with a spike and then the spice and there's a little bit of kick in the back
I
of your
have
mouth.
to say, Nick, I was prepared to not like this.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
And it has turned me around.
I'd like a third cup now, please.
I'm in the clean plate club.
Hey, good job, buddy.
Hey.
Wow.
Hey,
buddy.
somebody get him a piece of candy.
Yep.
Good job.
He can have dessert now.
Yes, he can.
Finish it.
I'm going to give mine to Nick. Casey,
Okay.
I appreciate that you cooked this because I would have
I know you hate it.
never even tried, but there's nothing about this that I would like. No, and that's not a slight to you, Casey.
They're just
I know.
things you don't like.
It's things I just don't like.
Never expected you to try it at all.
Marissa brought me some candy.
Well, and that's from intern Aaron. That's like Irish candy, straight from Ireland.
Because it's potato salad and Irish candy. It's
why-
perfect.
This is
why it's-
Cadbury. You can get this anywhere.
No, you can't.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's from Ireland. Even though you can get it at
Ireland's
CVS.
Cadbury. Let me see.
There's just that's
Regular-
individually wrapped Cadbury. I mean, they're great.
Yeah.
Wonderful. But all right. Anyway,
Would you put more mayonnaise in there though?
no, I think that's the right amount. I don't think you went. I think more would overdo it a bit.
Gotcha.
Because you can't overdo the mayo. I probably had some pickles or something in there. But if you don't like pickles, you don't like pickles. But the jalapenos are pickled.
That's why I didn't do the pickles.
That's
Because I
good.
actually bought pickles for that, and then I saw the jalapenos, and I made a last minute
Are you
decision.
prepared to put your recipe up for those who might want to
I think you should.
dabble?
Yeah, why the hell not?
I think that was ingenious to add a little bit of heat because I like just a little bit of spice in things like coleslaw, but I don't think I've ever had it in potato salad before. Casey, great job.
All right.
done.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Oh, you got a great job from Preston.
That's amazing.
I think you're doing
Ooh,
great.
like a handshake from Paul Hollywood.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you get that reference?
No.
Okay. Some people do.
I pretended like I did.
Yeah, the Great British Baking Show was a terrific show on Netflix, and Paul Hollywood's one of the hosts, Preston.
Yeah.
And he seldom hands out handshakes, but when he does, you know that you've nailed the recipe. So if you were to get a Preston Elliott handshake on this case, that's a positive
That's like
sign.
being called over to the couch on the Tonight Show.
Exactly. Yes.
Wow.
It's like a high five from Dude Perfect.
Yes.
There you go.
It's like a spit string in porn.
That
Right.
two, like a double.
Yo, ever heard of jerkmate?
All right, let's do another connoisseur story here. Thank you, Casey. Kevin Hart's endless list of entertainment and business ventures will move into the fast food space this summer. He is doing a plant-based restaurant that will start in California.
I didn't realize. Is he a vegetarian?
He is what he calls not a vegetarian. He calls himself just a plant-based eater because he
A Jumanjitarian.
He does not eat red meat, fish, or other seafood, but he does still sometimes have chicken. So he identifies as a plant-based eater, but not strictly vegan or vegetarian, but he's mainly plant-based.
All right.
So his new restaurant is called Hart House. And the first two locations will open in L.A. and Hollywood. The restaurant hired former Burger King culinary chef Michael Salem to develop the menu over the last 2 years. It is a fast food restaurant, so he's getting a fast food chef to do this. So he personally shifted to plant-based diet in recent years and started promoting a lifestyle more openly during the early days of the pandemic. And at the time, he had recently been through physical rehabilitation after that nasty car accident.
I remember that, yeah.
So he said, just because you make the decision to go and try plant-based doesn't mean that you have to be engulfed in that world. He said, learn it, understand it, and see if there are benefits that work for you. And he said that that they're going to make this a fast food style, so it will be 100% plant-based burgers, chicken sandwiches, salads, nuggets, milkshakes, and sides, things like that.
This Burger King dude is probably the dude that implemented the Beyond Burger for Burger King, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But so they want to make the food that would be just as craveable as conventional fast food items, except better for you.
So when are they planning one for here?
They are not as of
You
now. So,
suck!
Well, they're going to do it there. And they're going to.
all right.
I think plant-based can be a little bit more a chance of success in places like California. At first, try it out, see if the combination works, and then start to branch out if they see some success from it. So they plan, the goal is to get many of them open around the country, but right now they're just going to start in California.
All right, here's another one of my things that I have a hard time with. If you're eating something that looks like something else. So like I'm okay with plant-based. If you give me a salad that has, all kinds of ingredients in it, like I'm eating what it looks like.
Right.
But if you then turn that plant-based something into a patty and make it a chicken sandwich or a burger, I can't do it.
Really?
Yeah. It like throws my mind. I hate
like Impossible Burgers?
No, like ground beef, the ground turkey. Because to me, it's supposed to be beef, and the fact that it's turkey
I love turkey burgers.
grosses me out.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things I like about you,
Yeah.
But some things
I said it's
I just
want to
smack you in the
I
face.
said it's one of my things.
Kathy,
I
question for you.
started with that.
Do you like chili? Do you like chili?
No, I don't like chili.
Okay.
Could you
had
drink chili?
No.
Well, we had Impossible chili this week, and it was great. And
But
so
it tasted like chili, right?
Yeah.
That's my point. Is
Right.
like it's not. You're not eating what.
Just don't tell her.
Right.
That honestly.
Oh my!
That
dude,
probably would be
that
better.
my mother-in-law
That would work.
She had
Maybe.
to do that with turkey meatballs because my father-in-law was like, "I'm not eating that garbage," and so
And
she
get
was
out
like,
of here, you
and
whore.
She's like,
I bet he never knew.
he never knew.
Don't tell him.
Yeah.
You won't figure it out.
Oh, I guarantee you. Like the Impossible Philly cheesesteak from Wilson's. There'd be no way. There'd be no way.
The
you
only
could
thing
tell.
is my sense of taste is so strong that I might be able to identify that it's not actual. You know what I mean? I think I'd be able to taste the difference. I determined different waters that came out of a bottle when we did that contest.
I see a taste test at some point coming up of trying Kathy.
Fool. Well, you know what? It'd be like a riff. There's that show now where they have the people. You have to decide whether it's a cake or an actual basketball or a.
Right.
So we can do a similar thing. Not that we do it on that level, but bring in. Is this a cheeseburger or is this what is this?
Right.
Yeah.
And see how, because the state of the art has gotten really, really good right now. I tend to agree with you, Preston. Like an Impossible or Beyond tastes different. I really like the taste.
Tastes good. Yeah.
But you can tell the difference between a beef burger, but I still like it.
Marissa?
All right, just because you guys are talking about Impossible cheesesteaks, I have to give a shout out really quickly to our friend Steve Wilson, Wilson's Secret Sauce.
Yeah.
I was at the flower show yesterday. I brought my mom over there because she had never had anything from Wilson. She took a bite of their brisket, walked away, and was like, "Oh my God, this is the best thing I've ever had in my life."
Their brisket is the best.
Yeah.
It is
And
the best.
Steve and I are huge fans of the Impossible cheesesteak. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
I'd rather have it than their.
I agree.
Not that their real thing isn't tasty. It's awesome, but I just prefer that taste. I think it's great.
Do you think they could have some here by the end of the show?
Maybe. Maybe if we hit it a few more times.
Better news, Nick. They've added the Casey potato salad to
would
the
be
menu
cool.
Nick, do you get excited?
with gum.
Do you get excited to eat? Like, are you
Oh, hell
looking
yeah.
forward to your next meal?
Yeah,
He's chubbing right now.
I had a meal. I'll tell you what, Kathy. Half, Steve. I had a meal denied to me last night. I was set up for something, and then it was taken away from me.
Oh no!
And my day was like kind of ruined as a result. And I was pretty pissed.
Anyone who says that doesn't happen to them is lying.
What was taken away from you?
All right. Ozzy Sushi, which is my favorite restaurant, and then plans changed, unbeknownst to me, and I had to settle for chicken parm. And, chicken parm is great, and it's a lovely sandwich in its own
Had you
right.
been primed for chicken parm,
Yeah, right.
that would have been fine.
If
Your
I'd
mouth
gone
was ready.
You're not thumbing your nose at chicken parm.
How many desserts do you guys have a day? Like,
That's how I start
There
every
are
meal.
many days I don't have
start every
desserts.
meal with a pre-dessert.
I had my lunch dessert, and post-lunch dessert, I was thinking, you know what I'm psyched for? Sushi tonight. And then that changed, and the whole rest of my day was like kind of off.
Nick, I usually have 2 desserts. a
Okay,
day.
yeah. You get a lunch dessert and a dinner dessert? Yeah.
Yep,
All right, let me tell you
I
something.
call them a treat.
Yeah, sure. Same thing.
I still hold it against Bill Weston that cookie tray didn't come. For and when they finally came, he put 2 in a napkin for Nick.
And none for you?
I'm like,
He should.
who's the chocolate chip cookie guy here?
He should really bring us a tray this morning.
Yeah.
I get pissed that you think you're the chocolate chip cookie guy. I'm the chocolate chip.
No, no.
I'm fat.
Someone. It doesn't matter.
You guys eat dessert every day. If
I don't.
If I ate dessert every day,
You'd
I
be
would
a happier person.
be 900 pounds.
Do you know what happened? Like you saw when my wife for my birthday made me. I brought that stuff in quickly. I said, here's my chance to fatten up my coworker and keep me
Get out of your house.
And because of that, Steve, I had to question myself later on in the day, how many chocolate chip cookies is too much? Because I started my day with chocolate chip cookies. And then I had another, I think I had 3 different chocolate chip cookies that day. Like one in the day, one in the afternoon, one in the evening.
The Food and Drug Administration suggests 20 chocolate chip cookies a day.
And by the way, when I say one, I'm talking about like those big fat ones that you get at Wawa.
All right.
And if you've never had a Wawa chocolate chip cookie,
they're great.
Do yourself
They're like
a favor.
400 calories a
Where-
cookie.
Yeah.
Hold on. Where are the Wawa chocolate chip cookies?
By the register?
By the register, by the soft pretzels.
They also have the
okay.
M&M cookies there.
Yeah.
They get chocolate chip and M&M.
And Preston's son turned me on to warm chocolate chip cookies at Wawa. You
They'll
got to
warm
get
it up
them
for
through
you.
the kiosk.
Okay, remind me of what you do to get that.
Casey knows. I've never done it, but
All right,
Parker
looking at
told
the
him about
kiosk, it's go to like bagels and such.
Yeah.
And it's right there.
Really?
Yeah, so if you type in, like, when you hit the little, kiosk button, there's a button for, like,
It'll
bagels.
give you an option and
bagels
such.
and toast and rolls and stuff like that. And then it's right in there. Warm chocolate chip cookie.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, something else I want to move on to, and I want to make sure we get to this in the connoisseur segment today. Kathy sent us this article from Tasting Table, and they have come up with a list of the best French fries in America.
Whoa!
And they only had like a dozen entries.
Oh.
One of them is in Westchester.
Are you effing with me?
No.
Would you consider yourself a fan of French fries?
Oh, very much so.
I am absolutely in that camp. And sweet potato fries.
Yes,
as well.
rather than go down our list of favorite ones, let me
Give it
this,
to us.
This. So one of the great things about French fries, according to this article, is that while they can be enjoyed by themselves, they're just as delicious when used as a blank canvas for other ingredients and other flavors, heaped with toppings and strewn with sauces. It's one dish that can be as simple or as indulgent as you like. In terms of the latter, there is look no further than Snug Subterranean Bar, Good, Bad, and Ugly, a colorful watering hole underneath Stove and Tap in the Philadelphia suburb of Westchester.
One more time. What is the name of the place?
It is called Good, Bad, and Ugly. And it is apparently under Stove and Tap. So I've never been there.
No.
I've never even heard of Westchester.
So, known primarily as a drinking destination, the bar has contrived the ultimate booze-friendly bar snack, hearty enough to soak up the alcohol and pair handily with any cocktail or beer. The tap fries are like a meaty poutine topped with succulent smoked brisket, molten beer cheese, and cheese curds, the latter of which are melted just enough to ooze into the fries while still retaining their trademark chew and allowing the fries themselves to maintain their crispy crunch. A melange of textures and decadent flavors, these knife and fork French fries are raising the bar on pub grub fare.
So this is going to eat like a meal. This isn't This is you order this like a meal.
Or this could be an app. Now listen, I gotta throw some love because I don't think they've ever had the people at Tasting Table must not have had the sexy fries at Butcher and Barkeep in Harleysville. They're the best fries I've ever had.
The best,
just unbelievable.
categorically.
And I can't bring them in for you guys because
They don't travel right.
They don't travel well. Fries generally don't travel well.
Yeah.
We could make it there during the show, though.
They will steam, and if you put them in a to-go container, and they just lose their crispiness, but they're unbelievable. But I want to try these. I want to try Good, Bad, and Ugly, and these are their tap fries because this sounds amazing as well.
All right, well, wait a second.
So, yeah.
Well,
can we get to Westchester?
Can we get to a battle of the fries?
That would be amazing.
Ooh.
I think it'd be hard to pull off because you need to make them
It's true.
right then and there.
It's true. It's always
they have to come right out of the fryer. And I
Okay.
think that'd be a tough one. You know, the burger brawl is a different thing. You can kind of assemble those ahead of time. You can also have
And they prepare them on site,
portable
yeah.
grills.
Right.
Do you have an
that are
undercard? If
easy.
it's a burger brawl, you can have like a fry fight undercard?
Well, the burger brawl usually has, cases the undercard these days is the taco.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And those can be assembled a little bit better than French fries.
By the way,
so.
Burger Brawl on this year.
It is
Yeah.
October. I don't have the date, but it is awesome. So,
Yes.
I'm going to ask you guys a question. Don't get mad at me for asking the question. Do you think you can make a potato salad with French fries?
Don't get mad at me.
No. I would say no. I think that their consistency doesn't lend well to. You're getting into
said the same thing about hash browns.
You're getting into the too crispy territory. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
What did we
He's a little
just?
mad.
We just did. We just did mashed potatoes made with what? What was it?
I don't remember.
What do we make? Oh, potato chips.
Potato chips.
Oh yeah. That's right. And they were okay. They were pretty good. So, all right, let me move on to some other things. I want to make sure that we get to enough of the segment today. We're going in a completely different direction. 7-Eleven is about to turn 95 years old, and to celebrate, the convenience chain will be offering free small Slurpees from July 1st until July 11th. You must have a 7 Rewards or Speedy Rewards member account to claim the blended treat.
I have my mortgage through 7-Eleven.
Oh, you do, really? I remember when they would do the free Slurpee day and you could bring any container you wanted.
Yeah, are they doing that anymore?
It doesn't say anything about that. So just heads up for a freebie. I wanted to make sure you knew that. So that's July 1st till July 11th. You go in and get a free Slurpee.
They got a lot of press with that free container thing, I think, but that might have been not cost effective.
Did the A+ mini marts go away, and are they all now 7-Elevens?
They're all technically 7-Eleven. Some have actually put 7-Eleven signage up, and others, have. In fact, they'll say "Welcome to 7-Eleven."
Okay. All right. Here's another thing. Let's go to the booze. Drinking Jack and Coke is about to become even easier. Coca-Cola is partnering with Brown-Forman to make a new canned cocktail combining Coke and Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey. The drink, which will also be available in a zero sugar option, is hitting shelves in Mexico later this year before expanding globally.
Are you a Jack and Coke dude?
If I'm at a wedding or something like that and they have kind of a well-drink bar,
right?
A lot of times you can't be too picky on your whiskeys, on your bourbon, and if they've got Jack and Coke, I'll have that.
Okay.
It's okay. It's what I drank as a kid. So.
I think it's what
Your mom would put a little
That's what
a Jack and Coke box in your lunch pail.
I was weaned on Jack and Coke, so
I always hated Jack Daniels. Couldn't stand it. Never liked it.
I think it's the only thing that Pancake drinks. I think it's the whiskey.
Really?
Yeah. And he drinks a lot of Jack and Cokes.
You know why I liked it as a kid? Was because Michael Anthony of Van Halen was a big fan. And he had a bass guitar that was shaped like the bottle. And
So would your mom put like one of them in your lunchbox?
Yeah, my lunchbox. No, but I mean, even as I remember going to middle school, I had a big Jack Daniels
Oh my God.
thermal, like long underwear shirt, whatever that material is, thermal underwear.
Right, yeah.
It was black with the jacket. I loved that thing. I wear that under my denim jacket. I was a badass.
You were a total
so
badass.
tough. It was ridiculous.
He drinks Jack and Coke.
But yes, Jack and Coke it's an easy drink. Who's favorite whiskey, Jack Daniels, was Frank Sinatra.
Yeah,
that was
true.
what he drank. So there was a time when it was considered a premium, top shelf
amongst the Ocean's 11 crowd.
whiskey. Marissa, what are you saying?
Isn't that Pancake's drink?
Yeah, we just said that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Does he drink? I thought he was a rock and rye guy.
No, he's Jack, dude.
During the show every day, he's drinking Jack and Coke.
Well,
during the Pierre show.
If you worked for Pierre, you would.
You might have to.
We should have a Jack off with him and
And who?
Yeah.
wait, who did you?
Who else drinks Jack?
There's got to be someone else.
Yeah, you
Right.
and
Hey, we
Pancake,
found
have
another
Jack
role for
You have Jack, huh?
Do you guys like? What are your favorites, or do you have any favorites like pre-mixed drinks like this? Because if I'm gonna have a Jack and Coke, I'm gonna get a Coca-Cola and a Jack Daniels, and I'm gonna pour them together over ice. I don't normally go for the pre-mixed stuff, but there are some that I've come around on.
The premix has had a popularity run for a while. I don't know if it's still as robust as it used to be.
Anything comes to mind?
I have one, as a matter of fact. So, and I'm sorry for interrupting, but when I did the Drive for Autism, they gave me like a little goodie bag.
Yeah.
And in my goodie bag was a Crown Royal and Coke can. I didn't drink it because I don't drink, but so it's in my refrigerator. But I can bring that in for you if you want to try it.
When's the last time you had alcohol? Like a decade
over
ago?
10 years ago. 10 years ago.
And so I don't think these were as popular then. Like, it's not Trulia. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, Truly.
True. I like those. So like there are a few seltzers, but again, like if I'm gonna have like a vodka drink or a whiskey drink or a seltzer drink, I'm gonna just
or a cider drink.
Thank you, a lager drink or cider drink. I'm just gonna
make a whiskey drink.
Yeah.
I'm not big on the premixes. I don't like them. The only ones that I've grabbed in a pinch has been, I think, was a margarita premix, and I think it was a Jose Cuervo.
Okay.
And
What's the
super duper sweet?
Yeah, and Corona's got a new line coming out too,
Yes.
and I saw the billboard. I think it's actually right by Conchac and Kathy, and they look okay, but
A High Noon is that right? Like I don't.
Yeah, High Noon. The difference is High Noon is actual vodka. Most of the others are malt liquor, and a lot of them are too sweet, which is why I don't like them.
What's a High Noon?
It's just vodka and seltzer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ooh, that doesn't sound very good.
Oh, it's delicious.
Really?
Yeah.
And you put any fruit in there or anything?
No.
A
Well,
little
it's
lime
a
or something?
You like
seltzer.
sweet drinks.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I don't. So typically, what I drink is not going to be overly sweet, and that's why I like the High Noons.
I had Kathy was interested in maybe trying out some whiskeys, but didn't know where to start. And I had a cocktail the other day. I'm like, all right, I want to bring Kathy and Dennis here and have her get her intro into whiskey with this drink. It was at Uka. It was a restaurant I was telling you about the other day.
Yes.
It's called the Clockwork Orange, and I love it. But it's orange, and I don't think you had said something the other day about a margarita that had too much orange in it. You didn't like that.
What was the drink? What's in it?
It's a whiskey and some orange liqueur, and they actually take an orange and char it and put it in there, and it's really, really, really good. But you might not like it because of the orangey
I
nature.
do like the orange flavor. Just the one that. What the hell's happening?
I don't know what this
Playing
is.
whiskey in a jar. Why not?
Okay.
The margarita that we had the other day just had too much orange liqueur in it.
Yeah, see, I could barely even taste the orange in that. So
all right, maybe
our
not.
palates are way different.
We'll find something.
Way
That's it.
different.
You guys can't get married.
Anyhow, forget it. Yeah, I don't know. Opposites attract sometimes.
Sometimes.
No,
they don't, right?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Not in this case.
All right.
Never.
Listen, we have a lot of guests on the program, so I want to go ahead and take a break. I want to wrap up the connoisseur segment. I know it was kind of short, but we've got Bill Clement, who's being inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame. We have Alejandro Bedoya from the Philadelphia Union on to talk about the fact that the World Cup is coming.
So cool.
Tony Yasenda, director of Players, is going to be joining us, and our buddy Michael Barkhan. So we got a lot of people to get to, so we'll just kind of try to stay on top
All
of it.
right.
So we'll take a break, come back in a second. Some bizarre file stories are coming up when we return, so hang in there. What allows us to be our best, not being so critical and judgmental of each other. We all do things our own way.
Damn,
Did they counterattack with the clap salvo?
Don't think so. There was not. Underlying her point, she wrote, "A travel diary coming soon."
Can't wait.
On Poosh. And I guess there must be an Instagram account because it says @Poosh. Poosh. Yeah, @Splooge. Splooge. We need to start our own lifestyle brand called
Jig Jill.
Splooge. All right. So anyhow,
that's her fight song.
Well, I guess so.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song.
Live it,
To be
girl.
honest, though, following her on Instagram, I don't follow her on Instagram, but I follow her through all the pages of TMZ and all that stuff as I put together stuff for the Hollywood Trash. And to be honest, I've never seen her do anything but vacation.
I know.
Yeah, never.
That's what her job is.
That is her job.
Yep. Well, she's working hard then.
Well, just consult Poosh if you want to find out what she's up to.
Let's talk about the happiest place on earth.
It's magical.
Disney. This is Disneyland, by the way, in Anaheim. And there's a viral video, yes, that is making the rounds of a couple of families beating the ever-loving piss out of each other for about 4 minutes before they finally go their separate ways.
That's a long fight.
It is a long fight.
Is someone in a wheelchair?
It's in Toontown, by the way. There was somebody on a mobility scooter.
Okay, all right.
Kathy, but the fight happens. They start to split up. Then it sparks back up again. Then they kind of split up. Then it keeps going on and on.
I mean, and it's like the Andy Kaufman used to do the intergender wrestling. They're brawling. Doesn't matter. The dude's beating on the woman.
Oh my God! Wait, so that's okay. I'm just seeing this for the first time. The guy
fists are flying.
punches the woman.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a couple of women beating up. It's just a mess. Where's security?
Not that it's an excuse, but it kicks off. They're having words, and the woman just spits right in this guy's face, and then he slugs her. But I can't figure out who's on whose side.
Neither can I.
It's like I'm like, oh, he's hitting her now. I thought she was with him, and it's just who the hell knows what's going on.
And then the woman in the mobility scooter gets up as if she
can walk.
Yeah.
It's a
miracle. This stupid fight between these imbeciles has caused a miracle.
You know what? And there's a moment in this video where the whoever is filming this video, by the way, is laughing the whole time. She's not with them because obviously she would be getting in the middle of this.
And she's up close.
But there's an older woman who gets knocked down to the ground on her back, and you hear the woman filming just laughing her ass off. And I'm like, this is, and you can hear children crying in the background.
Oh my God. There's a little kid walking around, and it's obviously this is there. I will freely admit, I chuckled a few times, but the really tragic part of this here is this little kid is watching these adults do this and walking around with his hands up like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Even a kid can't figure it out.
And he taps, I guess, who is his mother. Like, hello, I'm here. Obviously he needs attention. He's upset too.
And all the while in the background, you have the delightfully colored Toontown.
Oh my God.
Happy place.
Listen, I understand that things can go awry anywhere, and somebody can have a bad day, and something can trigger. But if you can have the presence of mind to be aware of where you are, right then and there, you're in Disneyland, the happiest place on earth. Come on, look around you, see where you are. Shut up. But some people are just, some people are just a-holes.
It just kills me in this one because there was another one, Preston. I forget it was at like a kid's park. It was like an amusement park. It very well may have been Disney World. And this one's great because the woman in the mobility scooter in that one, Kathy, she doesn't get up, but she starts using her mobility scooter to join the fight. She's backing up and ramming the brawling people.
So apparently this one, they're all in the same family. They're all related.
What?
Yeah.
What?
So this is an ongoing investigation. No arrests have been made, but there was infighting that had begun outside of the park, and the fight just continued inside the park. No arrests. They all knew each other.
Ridiculous.
Well, not yet anyway, Case. They said the investigation's ongoing. But
after they viewed the video, now they're looking at potentially.
Because then that guy
I saw
goes on.
everything. I saw it all. It was a mess.
But then the guy goes on to slap another woman and take her to the ground.
Kathy, he doesn't just slap her. I mean, and this is horrifying, but he gives her a haymaker.
Just some unwritten rules, right? Like
protocol.
Yeah, protocol.
You don't fire on someone else's bitch.
No, you don't.
Not in Toontown.
Not in Toontown, man. You take that to Epcot.
I think, Casey, of your story at the 4th of July parade all the time.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
And the bending down and addressing them as a father to kids who needed to be addressed by their father. But like you get in that mentality sometimes, and this is a place where that can happen.
You can have an Independence Day from life.
Oh, I totally understand.
I'm gonna make you independent of your life.
But on the outside, everybody else.
Hey,
is like,
what a good dad.
Oh, you were. Oh, you poor thing. You're so upset. You better stop crying right now.
Don't cry. Don't even let him know you're in pain.
A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say
pogs.
inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in
wasn't
front
it?
of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. So I was surprised the other day when my daughter came to me and described a very specific detail of what I'm assuming. I don't know if it's a social class or if it's just a fashion or what.
Huh.
But I was like, okay, this is all new to me, and I've forgotten what the full description is. So if anybody wants to call in, if you're familiar with this term, but VSCO girls.
VSCO girls.
Yeah. And that's spelled VSCO.
Yeah.
VSCO, you've heard of this, Nick?
I have. I hadn't heard of it until Friday. And so I learned about it just as recently as you did, Preston. VSCO,
From Ben?
No, from BuzzFeed, of all places.
Okay.
I read an article about it. I saw VSCO online somewhere, right, as about a post. I didn't know what those letters meant, VSCO.
Yeah, I still don't know.
It's an app, and it stands for Visual Supply Company, right? And, the reason that I know that it's an app is that my girlfriend does some photography on the side, and she's used this app to process photos. What girls now are doing, Preston, is they're taking this app and they are applying it to their social media posts, and now it's also become its own social media thing.
Nick, look at this top text. Do you know what that means? Okay, so it just says SK. Apparently, they go around going.
Wait,
like
okay,
that.
well,
So do
There's a
crickets.
VSCO.
So what is it?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. Our phone lines are lighting up, so we'll find out in a minute here.
It's
right. That's what it is.
As far as social status goes, it's a new thing for this school year. It's brand new. But
How is it social status though?
because it's a look. So basically,
it's a look.
If you are a VSCO girl, you are you kind of look like you came from the beach. You wear scrunchies around your wrist.
Scrunchies are a big thing.
Seriously?
Yeah.
You carry
on your wrist.
You carry around a hydro flask. And you have a natural look, Kathy. So you don't go heavily made up.
So like Renee Zellweger.
So it's not like a filter that
It is. Yeah. So the VSCO app is a filter that you can apply, but it's a lighter filter. So sometimes Instagram models will go very heavy on their filters, right?
Right.
And so you look incredibly made up, and you will take an Instagram app and you'll use that app to change your look essentially on your social media post.
It happens all the time.
VSCO girls, Steve, don't do that. They go the opposite route. They go very natural,
completely raw,
very light makeup,
unfiltered.
Yeah, and there are 2 essential settings on the VSCO app that you use for your look. And now it's translated from this app to real life.
Okay.
Wow, man, Preston. So when in school we had Crisco girls, we had a lot of fried chicken.
Yeah. Sure.
Crisco girl.
They would bring fried chicken to school.
Yeah, those are Crisco girls.
Crisco girls.
Yeah.
My
Florence Henderson was a Crisco. Westonality.
And they would go.
That's a Crisco girl.
It's them eating the skin off of the chicken. So Caroline, my daughter, was wearing a shirt and it was too long. She's like, I'm tucking this in because I don't want to look like a VSCO girl. Not that meaning that she doesn't want to be one, but it looks like you're not wearing pants.
Not wearing pants. Okay,
yeah,
I've seen
you're
this.
not wearing shorts.
I've seen this. I've seen the looking like you're not wearing shorts.
Where did that look? That look has been around before.
No, but I've recently seen it pick up, and I'm like, look at these kids. Like their shorts are so short that they look like they're not wearing any.
My dad was a VSCO girl before anyone knew. He just wore a long coat and shorts.
Yeah.
You also might have known them as flashers.
Yeah.
Hey, so is your daughter into it? Or is she VSCO? What do you say? Help me out here, guys.
She's a Delco girl.
She's a Delco girl, Kath. You know what? I don't know.
She
I don't know.
VSCO?
I don't know how new this scene is, but here's the deal. My kids go to Catholic schools, so they all wear the same thing at school. And then we just got done in the summer, and we were down the beach all the time.
I saw a text that this is supposed to be camera sound.
Oh my God! I love it. I want to be a VSCO boy.
I always wore big clothes. There was a period of time where we looked like we were 900 pounds only because we wore oversized
baggy
clothes.
stuff. Baggy stuff.
Who decided all this stuff all these various things together make this. You know what I mean?
A VSCO girl.
Yeah.
I think it's just a style. I keep relating it to the hippie. It's just
It
the
is,
hippie
but
like
somebody had to put these pieces together. They don't necessarily, automatically go together.
The thing, Preston, that you're reacting to, and I think I agree, is because like things like this would happen over the course of a little while, and like in school, going to school, you start to see people adopting something, and there'd be a movie, or there'd be something that they would, or a musician or somebody they're responding to. But this seems to, for a lot of the people are saying from 0 to 60.
I know.
Because of social media.
It's like the, now this isn't a fashion thing, but it was an accessory people had. Remember the fidget spinners?
Oh, yeah.
Like that took off in 10 minutes.
Boom.
And everybody had them, and then they were gone.
Look at this. VSCO Girl Starter Pack.
You can buy this
$50
for $150.
Should we get it, guys?
It says Giant VSCO Starter Pack.
Preston, we need to be Crisco boys.
Scrunchies, Crocs.
I like those tie-dye Crocs.
What else? There's the shorts, and, oversized shirt. What do you see?
No, Kathy liking the Crocs now.
I like the tie-dye
Just
Crocs.
like 10 minutes ago, she's like, not for adults.
Oh, well, no, I wouldn't buy them and wear them.
But Steve, it's funny because you were talking about how these things, how they can happen so quickly. When people are getting back to school this week and they come home demanding the scrunchies, that means that like this thing is taken off and they want to be like all the other people who are in the group.
That's funny.
Some people are texting in, and I've gotten some emails that there is a phrase that goes along, not just the SK one, I oop.
I oop.
I don't know what that means.
There's another one, Nick.
That's
no,
it.
no, no, that's mine. You can't have that.
I oop.
But I oop is a
Can
thing.
we make that part of the Crisco boys?
Sure.
Yeah.
That's allowed. But
All right, how's I oop spelled?
I oop is I, the letter I, and then OOP.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Again, it says I oop. Here, there's I oop can be used as a reaction to express sudden surprise or shock over an unexpected situation. That's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
For example, you can say it if someone calls someone else out on social media. And I've actually got a shout out concerning Froggy, so this would be a good place to put it. So this is a shout out. This is from David Bauer. He says, I want to shout out for my best friend John Rex. He tore his bicep at the Froggy prom in Doylestown a couple of weeks ago, and it has to have emergency surgery to repair it.
Oh, man.
Which I assume that means he was just rocking out too hard while he was out.
Sounds that way.
And he goes, that means he had to cancel his vacation. He planned to fly to Denmark from Jersey, pick up a friend, take a road trip to London, and see the Red Hot Chili Peppers. The next 3 months of recovery are going to be a bit difficult, and I want to let him know. I want him to know that whatever he needs, I'll drop whatever I'm doing to get to him. Love you, Rex. Here's to a speedy recovery. So a shout out. That sucks.
Yeah.
Had this big European tour plan and to see the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Could you imagine
bicep.
having a road trip all set up and then last minute
having to cancel
like the
because
morning of?
It's a physical problem.
Yeah. I couldn't imagine.
All right, and then one more thing. This is a special birthday because I don't know if I'll get a chance to mention this later, but I got this from John Berkos. He says, hey, guys, I have a special birthday for you. The horse, Bajmir, just turned 2 years old. Rim job. That's her rim job. She's turning out to be a super sweet horse and growing up in Lexington, Kentucky. She will come to our barn in Chicago next year when she is 3 to begin her training, and she will train to be a show jumper.
Oh, excellent.
But I thought you would like an updated picture of, quote unquote, your horse. So, guys, he sent a picture.
Bajmir.
This is Bajmir. Dream job. So that's very cool. And since she's in Lexington, I said if I happen to go visit my dad within the next year, I'll find out what farm she's at and go and make an in-person visit to Rim Job or Bajmir. So very cool. So thank you, John. That was really awesome. All right, let's do the stories.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Armor Metals and Recycling. Get paid for your old computers, monitors, printers, and more at Armor Metals and Recycling. Armor Metals is your e-cycling headquarters. Armor Metals, your most trusted recycling partner. Visit armormr.com for more. So aerial footage from Austin, Texas showed a Cessna aircraft submerged in Lady Bird Lake Thursday afternoon. And paddleboarder Nick Compton said there's been some crazy days. This certainly tops it. So here's what happened. Around 2 o'clock, the small plane crashed into the lake. Viewer pictures showed the aircraft sinking into the water. Another picture showed what happened to be a person on top of the plane as it continued to go under. And eventually only the plane's tail and the edge of one wing were left sticking out of the water. Shortly after the crash, nearby paddleboarders like Compton rushed in and came to the wreckage and managed to free themselves, aid the pilot and free themselves from the wreckage.
They're still trapped in there.
Compton said, I went out there with a life jacket, and sure enough, 80 yards away from the paddle shack, I saw the plane, and I immediately put the life jacket on him. He was pretty incoherent. He was hanging onto our paddle boards, and we paddled him in.
It's amazing.
Video showed Compton, along with the other paddleboarders, get to the shore with what appeared to be the pilot on the back, and he was rushed to the hospital. Police sent in a diving crew to check out the crash, and they confirmed that the pilot was a game warden. He was performing a test flight after doing maintenance on the aircraft.
The test didn't work.
They're going to find out why. They're going to do an investigation and find out why the plane crashed.
How fast can you paddle on a paddleboard?
Casey would know. I don't know.
I don't
do paddleboards.
Maybe a mile or two an hour.
Okay.
But yeah, not that fast.
This is scary video footage. A coordinated prison attack was caught on surveillance video in Florida as an inmate threw a pillowcase behind a guard's neck and began choking her from behind.
Jesus.
Yeah, it happened in the Hillsborough County Detention Center, and the guard survived when the other inmates rushed in to help her. So the other inmates saved this guard's life. In the video, Deputy Lillian Jimenez is seen standing in a restroom doorway when an inmate identified as Bridget Harvey comes from behind, throws a twisted pillowcase around her neck. Harvey's seen pulling back on the pillowcase in an attempt to strangle the guard. Their struggle then moves beyond the camera's range, but other inmates are seen getting out of their beds and running to help the guard. Jimenez was able to call for help on her radio during the brawl, but other inmates rushed in first and were able to save her. According to a news release, they said several inmates came to rescue her by removing the pillowcase from around her neck and freeing her from Harvey's grip. Emergency response team escorted Deputy Jimenez out of the pod. Harvey was subsequently secured in restraints and removed. Harvey confessed to planning the assault. And another inmate, April Colvin, is accused of luring the deputy into the restroom doorway before Harvey choked her from behind. So they're facing, some serious charges, attempted murder and so on. But it was pretty wild footage to watch them rush in and try and help out the guard, which is cool. A video of a dancing Brazilian stripper interrupted a virtual public hearing of Peruvian President Pedro Castillo's corruption investigation on Wednesday.
And now, a little entertainment.
The prosecutor, Samuel Rojas, said they are showing very suggestive images as footage of the male stripper, Ricardo Milos, appeared on screens during the hearing. It was a male stripper.
No.
And the unexpected content appeared as Rojas was outlining the reasons why Castillo should be investigated. The hearing was being publicly broadcast on the judiciary branch's televised channel.
That's why they call him Superman.
With the offending clip later shared widely on Twitter. Supreme Court judge is evaluating a request to throw out the investigation into whether the president led a corruption plot involving his former Minister of Transportation and Communications, Juan Silva, who is currently in hiding. Yeah, we're watching this.
Oh, my God.
It was great. It shows basically his crotch just gyrating around in a G-string.
So great.
And then him jumping back and doing some Rico Suave poses. So that's hilarious, man.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I was watching that before we started.
All right, Steve, I'm sorry. I'm going to beat you to the chase on your punchline, but this is quite literally an utter catastrophe.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Thousands of cattle died in Kansas in recent days due to sweltering heat and humidity.
I saw this.
Estimates vary on the total number dead, as ranchers aren't required to report deaths. The deaths are centered in southwest Kansas, where several weather factors led to heat stress for cattle.
It's horrible, just like all these cattle bodies stacked up.
Yeah, temperatures were in the 80s and low 90s until a sudden spike to 100 degrees on June 11th, followed by 2 more days of triple-digit heat. At least 2,000 animals were lost, and that figure's based on the number of carcasses state officials were asked to help dispose of. However, the number could be much higher, up to 10,000 or more. according to DTN, an outlet that specializes in agricultural and industry analysis.
Think about that. We just lost animals dying and processing plants.
Cattle are generally hardy animals and able to handle heat, but there's a limit. The problem in the case is that temperatures were high during the day and didn't stop at night, or at least didn't drop far enough.
They should have sent them some of those like Jack and Cokes and things. Just, you know.
All right, how about this one? Don't kiss or snuggle backyard poultry.
Oh.
This is the clear warning that the CDC issued last
Desmond.
week. Yes, as the salmonella outbreaks.
So you can't make out with your chickens?
Yes. So there were salmonella outbreaks linked to backyard chickens, and they have reportedly sickened
Just
over.
lean your head back. I'll take care of everything.
Over 200 people in at least 38 states. Raw foods, but it can also be contracted from pets, including chickens, even when they appear healthy. According to the CDC, chickens, ducks, and other poultry can harbor salmonella and other bacteria in their intestines that can be passed on to humans when they are kissed, snuggled, or touched, and through contact with their droppings.
If you're having sex with a chicken, should you wear a condom?
You probably should, and just no kissing.
Right.
You know, keep it like a prostitute.
Like a hooker.
Yeah. All right, and there you go. That's all I have in the bizarre file for you. Let's take a break. Come back in a second. We start our guests. We're going to have Bill Clement on, being inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame, and Alejandro Bedoya, captain of the Philadelphia Union, because World Cup's coming to Philly. Be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Mic drop anymore. That's
that's
old now.
That's so old.
Nick, you know that I love you, but I do find it a little creepy that you know the most about this.
Well,
anyone
he
on
looked
the
it up
show.
on BuzzFeed. Research, I stalk 12-year-olds.
Yeah, do you want to hear it?
Interesting. Oh, yeah.
Jasmine
thanks.
Masters, I think.
All right.
I crashed in my back seat for a couple of hours, and
All right, okay.
And that's funny.
And, and hence the beginning of a new phrase.
Wow, bizarre.
Sitting on your balls created a thing.
Where some things come from
and yet
how they take off.
We can't get to take off.
Nobody can pronounce it.
And it's very hard.
That's
I hope it's much easier.
Although I got a text from somebody who says I'm 27 and I just found out I'm a VSCO girl.
it's like going and looking at your X-rays.
Yeah.
I have some bad news. You're a VSCO girl.
What would be some positive workplace habits? It doesn't give any examples here at all, so I'm wondering what we could do. Maybe some yoga or something like that.
Well, let's assess.
Maybe like clean up your area.
Are you talking to me?
No, I was just saying that's like a positive workplace.
I just knew.
all my stuff in there. It's a mess.
This morning, Kathy goes to me. She goes, "Oh, your area looks really nice, Steve." And Preston goes, "Oh, what about mine?"
Mine's just an absolute. It looks like an atom bomb went off.
It actually looks worse than the old office.
I haven't done anything. I just dragged all my crap in here.
Listen, I was not talking to you. I was just saying in general.
Steve, your area looks very nice.
That's pretty mean.
Steve came in over the weekend and worked on his.
I did. Whereas Preston just poured it his
I
over.
just brought my stuff over and left it. I'm going to work on it today.
I was just complimenting Steve because the shelving in the new office was made specifically for his guys. Like,
yes, my Batman.
It looks so nice. I wasn't saying it.
Kathy did it in the way where you're talking to one person, but your mouth is actually towards someone else who you want to make sure they hear that particular statement.
Your part of the office looks much better. The cleanly, orderly way you've approached your workspace is impressive.
I swear, I was not saying it because yours was messy.
It did feel good to purge, like getting rid of a lot of stuff. And I found files from like 2008, 2009 when we moved into that office.
I found that puppy I never gave Marissa.
Oh no!
Yeah. Listen, to make me realize how long we've been in that office, I've had some stuff hanging in my area on the wall space there, notes that my sons wrote to me.
Oh, yeah.
in little kid
That's
handwriting
cute.
of Daddy, I
Yeah.
love you. I hope you have a nice day. I mean, that's how long we've been in that room. We've been in that room for 15 years.
And it does mean a lot because we started when we came here. First off, so that was not initially our first.
I guess
office
it hasn't been
was-
15 years.
Yeah.
It's been at least a dozen years,
Right.
though, but
because we're in a it was Kathy, you, and I were in that small office that used to be a closet. Yeah.
So here's another thing that you can do to help get past the post-holiday vacation back-to-work blues. Don't dwell.
Okay.
Don't dwell.
Yeah. Don't feel sorry.
Lou, I couldn't help but noticing that you're dwelling. Is it that obvious?
Doesn't dwell mean to just live, just to, just to
sort of
stay in one
ruminate,
place?
yeah.
Hanging out.
Don't dwell. Don't feel sorry for yourself, it says. Start some new office habits. This is how to beat the post-holiday...
Should you clean your office area?
The post-holiday vacation back-to-work blues. Clean your damn office. All right, how about this one? This is just... Here you go. This is all it says you need to do. Reflect.
Well, wait, that's too close to dwelling.
Seriously.
Where's the delineation
That's
between
right.
reflecting and dwelling?
You're not supposed to dwell. However, you should reflect.
God damn it, Earl, I was reflecting.
Looked like you were dwelling.
Well, I wasn't. You nosy ass.
So it says here.
Gentlemen, what? Well, he's always saying I'm dwelling. I was clearly reflecting. My head was up with my chin cocked a little bit to the left. That's reflecting.
That's reflecting.
Dwelling is hands on the temples down.
Yes, chin down. That would be
You
dwelling.
idiot.
Yeah. Lily Allen and Stranger Things star David Harbour dating.
This is way better.
I had to look up Lily Allen, and I still don't know who she is. Is she a singer?
I believe so, right?
I think
don't know.
A dancer.
Oh, no.
No, she was a dancer.
She's a dancer.
Oh my God!
Oh, I like her.
Oh, her brother's Alfie Allen from Game of Thrones.
And Lily Allen is from a while. She had career was on fire about 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
Her brother is Theon Greyjoy from Game of Thrones, and she's a singer? No,
she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God! Honestly, is she a singer?
She's a singer.
All right.
Her brother is Marcus Allen.
Honestly.
And Preston, is she a singer?
Yeah, she's a singer.
I'm not doing it.
Why not? No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God! Stop.
Gets worse.
Okay, I thought she was an actress.
No, she's a singer.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
Okay.
She had a couple of hits. She was at yes. What are some of her hits? We all know her hits.
Well, the girl that we're looking
birthday.
the girl that we have up in this photo, I think, is the actress that I looked up on IMDb.
No,
this
that's
morning.
the singer.
No, she was a dancer.
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
Lily Allen, for Christ's sake, she's a musician, right?
Okay.
Are we looking up two different people?
There are a ton of acting credits for
No, those are soundtrack.
someone named Lily Allen. Those are soundtrack. Oh.
Those are not acting credits.
Okay. We all
She was an
clear?
actor?
Are we clear? No. She's a singer.
She has a song called "F.U."
Okay. Yes,
Okay.
I know that one. All right.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyhow, they might be dating, her and David Harbour. Londoners have spotted the two out hanging out and, of course, post about it on social media. Somebody wrote, David Harbour, when on earth did this happen? And it was alongside a screenshot of her, of her TV screen showing the couple at a boxing event.
Huh, good for him.
They first sparked rumors earlier this month when they were spotted taking in a West End performance of the Lehman trilogy.
Are we good enough friends with him now to just blow a call in?
Of course we are.
Yeah.
What time is it in London?
We did have a really good time with him.
Yeah.
It's like noon.
Super nice guy. Yeah, it's
So he's probably up.
yeah, we give him a call.
Hello?
Yeah, David.
Yeah, David, it's Preston and Steve. Are you dating Lily Allen?
Yeah.
She's a singer, right?
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
What are Casey and Kathy doing on this call?
We just had to do that. We had to do that because this is funny.
Okay, bye.
Okay, Woody Allen, maybe persona non grata in Hollywood, but Scarlett Johansson would work with him anytime. The A-lister is one of the few stars to publicly signal her support for the director.
He was the original choice for Captain America.
I did not realize that he would actually.
I don't think the serum worked.
Yeah.
I don't feel very super.
He was the original guy.
Yeah. Imagine that. The thing opens up. Have I changed dramatically? He comes out worse.
Yeah. They go the opposite direction.
He got older.
He's aged. His eyesight has gone bad. He's wearing glasses now. His hair's falling out.
Ready to take on the Nazis.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan personally of their conduct.
Several stars.
He reach over. He just looks over. Stark's father reaches over and had the lever all the way to the wrong side. I'm sorry. I had it on skinnier. I should have pushed it to muscular.
Several stars, including Frida Pinto, Greta Gerwig, Colin Firth, and Mira Sorvino, expressed regret at working with him previously and pledged to never work with him again. But when the Hollywood Reporter asked Johansson, who worked with him on Match Point, Vicky Cristina Barcelona, and Scoop, she had nothing but good things to say about the 83-year-old, whose daughter, of course, accused him of sexual assault. He's denied all this stuff, but she said, "How do I feel about Woody Allen? I love Woody," she told the Hollywood Reporter. "I believe him, and I would work with him anytime." She said, "I see Woody whenever I can, and I have had a lot of conversations with him about it. I have been very direct with him, and he's been very direct with me. He maintains his innocence, and I believe him."
Well, that's her prerogative to take it that way, and that's okay.
She said, but she also understands why others don't. She said it's hard because it's a time where people are very fired up, and understandably, things needed to be stirred up, and so people have a lot of passion, a lot of strong feelings, and are angry, and rightfully so. It's an intense time.
What a missed opportunity that they could have worked in the Avengers films together. It would have been so great.
I ran into somebody who works in our office, and I'd asked her what she did the night before. Maybe it was over the weekend. She's like, "Yeah, well, I went to an I Do barbecue, and blah, blah, blah. This is kind of skated over there." I'm like, hang on a second. What's an I Do barbecue? You guys ever heard of that before?
No, but I haven't.
Like an engagement party?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
I'm
only-
gonna vomit.
But only for people in the wedding party.
Right. Okay.
So
It's kind of where they do they ask them to be in the wedding party? Like that's part of the event.
I'm not really sure.
So I've been to like where they invite the bridal party over, and that's you're at a party, and they ask you to be in the bridal party. So
is that what that is?
You're going to a party, and you don't actually know yet until
you get to the party,
Right.
and then they say, "By the way, you're all going to be in."
Or they ask you, yeah.
Okay.
So do attendees they don't know until some point in the evening when.
I mean, I think for my brothers, I knew I was going to be in my brother's wedding, but
Right.
yes, and then they gave us a bottle of wine, and on the wine, she had put in like a cute little saying asking us to be, it was a custom made wine label, and then it was a cute saying asking us to be in the wedding.
I would attend I'd prefer not barbecue.
I actually never liked the idea of an engagement party, and so. You can put a cute little name on it, right, and make things rhyme, and I'm not going to like it or dislike it any more or any less.
Well, that's what they do, though. Yeah, that's what whoever they are.
There must be some counselor, commissioner, somebody who puts together with the gender reveal stuff now. That went from 0 to 60.
Now, I'm wondering where this started because there's an article on the knot.com, right, which is a wedding magazine and a wedding website. And so do you think that they wrote the article thinking that this might be a thing, or did they write the article because it already was a thing?
I think probably they can help boost it by reporting on it.
Right.
All the not readers. But I don't know. Usually something has to have a little bit of traction before you report on it, right?
So yeah, I would think so. But so you have an engagement party, okay?
Okay.
You have, I guess now an I Do barbecue. You have to have a rehearsal dinner.
The rehearsal dinner is to me, isn't that that's the wedding party gathering,
That's
right?
what I always thought it was.
Well, but not anymore, because now if you have out-of-town guests, if you're going by, their rules,
you have to invite the out of town guests to the rehearsal dinner.
Right.
So, but out of town guests who are in the wedding party aren't expected to attend the I Do barbecue,
I think the I Do barbecue is taking over the engagement party. I don't think you're having an I Do barbecue and you're having an engagement party. I think it's sort of one or the other.
Really?
Yeah.
So, but you would only invite.
An I Do barbecue is an engagement party.
Yeah, but you're only inviting the people that will be in your wedding party.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't know if that's the case. I'm just saying that is also I've been to parties where they only invite the bridal party.
Because let's say you have a big engagement party or your I Do barbecue, but you're only inviting some of the people that are there.
Invite people can be in the direct wedding party.
But let's say you have like 50 people there, but you're only inviting like 7 of them to be in your wedding party. That's kind of insulting to the other people that show up.
This is
really.
useless.
That's like saying you have to put every single friend.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Our next guest, longtime fan of our show. He's been on the program many, many times, and he's about to join something that we were delighted about. A similar situation.
Similar thing. Well deserved.
We were inducted into the.
us. No.
Well, yes. No, we were inducted into the Radio Hall of Fame, and he is now being inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame.
So awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bill Clement is on with us. Good morning, Bill.
Hey, gang. How's everybody doing? It's good to see y'all.
We're doing good.
I live in the South now, so it's y'all.
It's great to see you. So we have Bill on Zoom, and we have his mustache in full form right in front of us. And you living in the Carolinas these days, right?
Yeah, living in the Blue Ridge Mountains. It's really God's country, and Kathy would be out of work here doing traffic reports. There's never a traffic issue in Waynesville, North Carolina, where I live.
That's a good problem to have, no traffic. Hey, Bill, so
not that that's all you do, Kathy. Not that that's the only thing you do. Okay?
I got you.
I want you to know that.
Bill, so have you been? I'm not sure how the Hockey Hall of Fame works. So, like when we got into the Radio Hall of Fame, we had been nominated before a couple of years before, and the nominations come and go, and you don't get inducted in, and then eventually it did happen, and it was wonderful. But do you have any inkling that it's going on, or do they one day just come to you and go, "Oh, by the way, you're being inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame"?
Yeah, in my case, it was, oh, by the way.
Wow.
I got a call from Chuck Caton, longtime play-by-play voice of the Hartford Whalers and the Carolina Hurricanes. And he is the chair of the committee. And he called and said, "Are you sitting down?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "You're unanimously voted into the Hockey Hall of Fame."
Oh.
And it's still taking me a little while to process this. Because as a kid, I remember growing up dreaming of playing in the NHL and winning a Stanley Cup. But I'm not sure there are any kids that dream of winning a Stanley Cup that also have this secondary dream about getting into the Hall of Fame. It tells me one thing, a couple of things, that I brought a certain level of quality to what I did, and that I did it for a long time, right? There was longevity, and I started to think, how many 30 and 40-year-olds go in as a broadcaster to any sports Hall of Fame? They don't. So what it really means is that I'm really freaking old.
You joined the club.
Yeah. That's great, man. Well, listen, who are some of your fellow players that have gone on to get this in broadcasting? Because you haven't been, elected in as a player. This is as a broadcaster. And I'm sure you joined some other people that you've known for the years that had laced up the skates for a long time and then ended up being in the broadcast booth and getting inducted in, which is really cool.
Well, what's kind of interesting is there aren't many former analysts that are in the hall. JD, John Davidson is, Mickey Redmond, who broadcast for the Detroit Red Wings forever and was a great player in Detroit and in Montreal. But the list of analysts, which I went in as, is pretty short. It's almost an exclusive list of play-by-play guys, play-by-play voices that have worked over the years. And I work with, I actually worked with 35 different play-by-play partners in my career.
Wow.
Some for only a game or two. When ESPN2 came around, they had a constant stream of play-by-play guys that they were taking a look at or taking a listen to. And they threw me in with so many of them. But I started with Doc Emmerich and did years with Doc, including years calling Flyers games when Prism was still around. And then I got to work with Jiggs McDonald, who was the play-by-play voice of the Atlanta Flames while I played with the Atlanta Flames. And then Gary Thorne, who I loved working with, and then the last 13 years of my career with Jim Jackson. So I had a lot of kind of one-offs with many different play-by-play guys, but my four main men were all fantastic partners and fantastic candidates for the Hall of Fame. Doc and Jiggs are already in the Hockey Hall of Fame.
I loved the broadcast. That we're lucky in Philadelphia to have broadcasters like Jim Jackson, and the team that you guys were was phenomenal. JJ and Jonesy right now is terrific as well. So we really are lucky and spoiled in Philly. But you and Gary Thorne on the national broadcast for the playoffs, for me, what helped make the 90s era of hockey just phenomenal, Bill. So I've been a fan for a long time. I'm curious as to what you're thinking about this year's playoff run, because obviously the Flyers aren't in it, but it's been great playoff hockey, and it's cool to watch the broadcast teams both from ESPN and TNT. I think they're doing phenomenal jobs.
Yeah, they are. And Colorado's been the best team for the last 3 years, but they haven't gotten this far. Now they're there. For the Tampa Bay Lightning to try for a three-peat is incredible. The shaking and the shuddering that you feel, though, in the Philadelphia area is from the players since John Tortorella has been named coach of the Flyers. Because, oh, man, players better brace themselves. He is a no-nonsense guy, a very demanding guy. He's kind of like Mike Keenan, though, with the sense of decency. He's really demanding, but he's not off the wall. So the Flyers would be in good shape. And, Nick, I got to tell you, I was looking at the MMR site, and you threw up some pictures there and wrote a little piece about me going to be on. And I didn't realize at Camp Out for Hunger, before we shaved this guy right here, my stash, I didn't realize how much I looked like a deer in the headlights.
You were certainly in a zone. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a picture of him in the chair going, what am I doing?
What am I doing?
Oh, my gosh.
But it's for charity. See, we help raise...
How do I get out of here?
I wanted to ask...
I'd like to go home now.
Yeah. As you get this this honor, to go in, and obviously you're entered into a chapter of your life. As you go through these points and these pinnacles, do you ever get, because it kind of happens with us all the time. It's like there's a clinical name for it. Like soon I'm going to be found out that there's no reason I should be getting this, and you're going to, all these accolades. I think it's kind of human nature to go, as you said. Like they pulled it on you. They surprised you with it. And do you ever have those moments, and you kind of alluded to it, but like it happens often with us, like, what in the hell? How is this happening? It's kind of a weird and in a way wonderful thing.
Yeah, it really is. It's almost as if in many walks of life, we feel like we're living in a house of cards or a glass house.
Yeah.
I remember when I first started broadcasting, one of the reasons I became a professional speaker, and people said, oh, you're a motivational speaker. Well, I always wanted to be a human development speaker. But the reason I did that is I thought, all it takes is one executive that doesn't like you and that has a high enough ranking position, and all of a sudden, shoom, right? You're gone and you're out the door looking for work. So I thought, if I could be my own product and my own boss, then I have a level of safety. And the truth is, with my broadcasting career, all I set out to do was feed my family.
Yeah.
That's really all I wanted to do. And of course, I wanted to be good at it. I always was driven to excel at whatever I tried to do. But the end game was feeding my family. And I did that, and nobody found me out.
Well, we talked about...
Nobody's getting out of this thing.
We
lights are all going out for us at some point. Nobody's getting out alive. But,
sure.
I mean, for the time being, things are great.
No, we talked about that. And the importance is, listen, I guess it's a lot of times that you hear happening with bands that enter the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Like the award is, look at the career that you have and what you're able to do and the people you're able to meet and influence and the impressive people you meet along the way. But the truth of the matter is that when you do get that accolade, it sort of means in a way that a lot of your peers have looked at you and said, You're valid, and that is what you have to sort of train yourself to understand.
And I think it's where the core of the honor really lives, is that it's your peers that give you this honor and vote you into the Hall of Fame. I know that I learn from every play-by-play guy that I work with. I used to watch. I used to say, what do I like about this person? What do I like about what the analyst does? And when your peers, because they get it, right? Fans are wonderful. Sports do not exist without fans, especially in Philadelphia without Philly fans, because they're the best in the world. But you don't exist without fans. But fans are fanatics, right? Your peers, you'd like to think, are somewhat objective about assessing your talents and your accomplishments and your longevity and all those things. So it's really meaningful to have your peers be the ones that say, it's your turn. You're going in this year.
Agreed. That's what makes
it really is. Yeah.
Great. Hey, Bill, I wanted to ask you about retirement. We spoke to you shortly after you retired and headed to the Carolinas, and you've been there for a little while now. And I'm curious what it's like because, around here, you're a known guy. You can, people recognize you. They want to say hello, maybe give you, you get a free meal here and there, tickets to this and that and so on. I would imagine North Carolina, not as many people aware of Bill Clement and hockey in general. Do you miss a little bit of it, or are you right in the sweet spot and where you want to be?
That's a great question because my wife, Sissy, of 36 years, when we were getting ready to move down here full time, she said, you think you're going to be okay with nobody recognizing you? And the level of recognition is close to zero here. Once in a blue moon, somebody will recognize me. People recognize me now because I'm a member of the community, but with no knowledge of my history, no knowledge of my playing days or broadcasting days. And I don't miss it even a little bit.
Wow.
And I think she asked me that question. Well, she asked me that question because if somebody is polite and comes up to me, like in Philadelphia or anywhere in the country, I always want to give them some time and I want to smile with them. And if they want me to sign something, that's fine. But I do that to try to just be a decent human being. I don't have a need for that. Fortunately, my ego didn't have a need for that. And I'm busy with my chainsaw walking up and down the mountainside.
That chainsaw.
On a steep mountain. Yeah, I'm piling wood. I'm cutting stuff down. I took down 3 trees along the road yesterday to try to help the neighborhood. I don't miss recognition at all.
Wow.
Good for you.
That's a good place.
For you.
Yeah.
Yes.
And a great perspective, and congrats on the chainsaw because that's cool too. I'm curious. You called there, I think, in your career 20 different Stanley Cup Finals, and I'm sure at some point some of those games and maybe even those finals blend together. But I'm also sure that there are some standout moments for you. Stanley Cup Finals, nothing like it in sports, in my humble opinion. Do you have any particular memories that come to mind?
Yes, I do. And it didn't involve the Flyers going to the finals, even though I was broadcasting the late 80s. But the way the New York Rangers busted out of their 54 years, having to go to a game 7 against the Devils in the semis and win in double overtime, and then meet Vancouver. And everybody thought, well, this is going to be easy for the New York Rangers. They were up 3-1. They lost game 5 at Madison Square. They lost game 6 in Vancouver, and they come back to MSG in New York. And in the third period, Vancouver scored to make it a 1-goal game. And you could have heard a pin drop in Madison Square Garden. The fans were like, oh my God, is this not going to happen?
Right.
And Nathan Lafayette from Vancouver hit the post. He hit the post in a 1-goal game. And the Rangers ended up, ending their 54-year curse. So, that was a 54-year buildup for that one. So that was a pretty amazing final series. And 87, though, I will say, Flyers and the Edmonton Oilers. The Oilers were king. The Flyers were young. Mike Keenan was coaching them. The Flyers were down 2 goals against the Edmonton Oilers and come back in game 6 in the Spectrum. And J.J. Daigneault, the J.J. goal, where the roof just about lifted off of the Spectrum. And the Flyers forced a 7th game back in Edmonton. And Edmonton kind of flexed their muscles a little bit up there and won the Stanley Cup. But that was really exciting to see a young team like the Flyers at that stage fight so hard and force a 7th game.
Bill, I want to. You mentioned John Tortorella, and when a coach, it's an interesting dynamic. It happens in sports. I've tried to think, does it happen in corporate America as well? I guess to some level it does, where someone at some point, a lot of times a coach has left a city because, it's not working out and you're not getting the results you need. And then it's almost like they walk through a door to the new city. Our savior is here.
Yeah. Right.
And it's such an interesting dynamic that it just turns like that, and the explanation, I guess that's the way it's always been, but it is a bizarre dynamic, isn't it? That it's that immediate.
Yeah, it is in some senses, but in one way it isn't. Unless you're capable of reinventing your message and changing your voice regularly, at some point there's an expiration date on every coach because it all sounds the same. The players stop responding to the same message. I remember when a good friend of mine who's struggling with Alzheimer's, a player named Bob Murdoch, who I played with in Atlanta and loved, he became a head coach in the NHL and with the Chicago Blackhawks way back in the day. And one of the things that he did, he went around visiting NFL franchises and talking to NFL coaches. And he said, one of the best bits of advice I got was from Bill Cowher, who was coaching the Pittsburgh Steelers at that time. And Bill Cowher said, let your players hear your assistants' voices often. Don't use your voice all the time because when you need it to be heard, they ain't listening.
Yeah.
They won't hear it with the same impact if you use it all the time. So there's that element. And when players tune out and they say, well, this isn't working, players are evaluating their coaches all the time, right? Not only the fans and the general managers, and the players talk, the players go, this guy has no clue. Right. But John Tortorella is really demanding, but really fair. He knows how to win. He knows how to sacrifice. He wants each player to sacrifice. And if they do, and that means shot blocking, if you make a selfish play on the ice, he will rip your face off.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah,
I like that.
I love that your analyst skills are still sharp as hell, Bill. You've been away from it for a little while, but you still bring it, man. Well, listen, we do have to run, Bill, but it's awesome. We just wanted to check in and congratulate you. We're very, very proud of you here. The city is proud of you. And so we just wanted to say congrats. And I know the ceremony is coming up in November, and I'm sure it'll be a great event for you and your family. So congratulations to you.
Thank you, and congrats to the gang, the MMR gang. I love all of you. You stand for the right things, and there'll be a place in my heart for all of you at MMR because of all of the great work you do to help other people. That's what life should be about.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. We love you. Bill Clement, take care. Have a great weekend, and we'll talk to you again down the road. He is so awesome.
Love that guy.
He's the nicest guy. And he's smart. He just says some really simple, some people I like. There's a text says it's refreshing when those at the top can break things down to simple terms, the things that matter.
Well, he just clarified that thing, which has always been sort of something that I've observed and never quite understood. And he made a very good, it's an advice you could carry into anything, which is don't let your voice be the only one that's heard or else it means nothing.
Yeah.
It becomes a drone.
I like that.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen, the voice was heard yesterday as a big announcement happened, and you may have seen it on the news, or if you're already into the world of football, of soccer, then you are all over this. So Philadelphia is going to be one of the World Cup cities.
It's incredible.
One of 11 cities, one of 11 host cities in the entire country, and there's a reason behind that because there's a huge fan base here for the game of football, for the game of soccer. And 2026 is when it's taking place. We have a gentleman on the line we've had the honor to talk to before, and he's also not only a member of the Philadelphia Union and a captain of the team, but he is a honorary co-chair of the committee that got the FIFA World Cup to Philadelphia. So this is his baby, being born right here, which is awesome. So welcome the captain of the Philadelphia Union, Alejandro Bedoya, to the program. Alejandro, good morning, sir. Oh, wait.
It feels good to get that baby out.
Yeah, sure, man. Hey, congratulations, man. This has got to be rocking your world.
It is. It's very, very exciting, And like you said, if you're a sports fan, you got to know about last night. This is truly a historic evening, an announcement for the whole city. It's going to be fantastic for the city of Philadelphia. And I'm just really happy for all the people of Philly and for everybody to see what Philly is about all over the world.
Hey, Alejandro, how long has this pitch been going on? How many years in the making has this been?
Yeah, I came on just over 2 years ago. I mean, like a lot of things, just right before the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's been a while in the making. You know, a lot of work behind the scenes, and yeah, it's been good to. It's finally came to fruition.
Did you know before the announcement yesterday that it was a done deal, or did you find out with everyone else?
I did not, man. And people kept asking me. I was like, look, I have no inside info. I wish I did. But FIFA was pretty tight-lipped about this one, you know, so they kept a good secret. You know, I got nervous yesterday, though, when they said Boston, because I thought that was one of the cities that wouldn't get it, actually. So when they said that, I was like, oh, no.
All right, so we got to wait till 2026. And that's a bit of a ways off, but there's going to be a lot of work to be done between now and then. When will details start trickling in about, who can we expect to see here? Where's everything going to be taking place and all that? I would imagine those things are in motion right now.
Yeah, I think those things are in motion, I think it was obviously too early last night, but I think FIFA is probably going to wait till after the Qatar World Cup, once that's over, and then they can start finalizing kind of which cities are going to get what games, whether group games, and then the knockout rounds, who's going to get the semis and the finals and things like that. So, but listen, this is incredible. This is awesome. This is the biggest sporting event in the world coming to Philly. It's a full month of just festivities, celebration, and then, talk about an epic summer, with everything that's going on in 2026 here in Philadelphia. Yeah. It's just awesome.
It's going to be amazing. And Preston and I were talking, earlier in the show about when something like this comes into town and the PR move that it is, and how cool, the lasting effect after it's over is almost incalculable, because right now it feels like the sport of soccer is on a massive uptick. This is going to carry it to a quantum level. And then have you seen towns that had or areas that had a moderate love skip up into the stratosphere after something like this has happened, where they've gotten this kind of infusion of FIFA love?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I think it's just the league here, MLS, it really generated from that 94 World Cup, right? And like you said, the sport of soccer has been on the uptick ever since. And in 2026, it's just going to solidify that even to a level beyond, that we can imagine, I think. And I recall the impact that 94 World Cup had on me as a kid, seeing my parents travel to the different stadiums and watch games. And I know just 2026 is going to have that similar impact on that next generation of players and through and all demographics, really,
Yeah.
For those who are not yet into soccer who are listening to this show, trust me, you guys will get into it.
Yeah. So Alejandro,
it's truly a great celebration.
Not being fully aware of how the World Cup operates and all, when it will happen here in Philadelphia, I assume games will be at Subaru Park. But also, will there be multiple games going on? Will they be utilizing the link possibly to bring in crowds? Do you have any idea?
Well, yeah. First of all, it's not going to be Subaru Park.
Okay.
So the venue site is the link. So
okay.
That's where the games will be played. So it's obviously the link is a fantastic venue. I've had the opportunity to play there while representing the USA, for different FIFA whatever tournaments, the Gold Cup and also Copa America. So I know firsthand how great of a venue it is for a player, but even for fans and for people attending, it's a wonderful venue. So, public transportation there is great. And, I'm just excited, since I've been here now almost 7 years, Philly is like my adopted home. I love everything about Philly. That's why I live in the city. And it's just a wonderful opportunity for even Americans to experience what Philly is all about and learn about all the history of Philadelphia, but also for the world, for everybody around the world to see what Philly's about.
94, Alejandro, my middle brother Adam, and my grandfather, who was Italian, went to see the semifinals. It was Italy, Bulgaria, and I think it was at the Meadowlands. And my brother Adam ranks it as one of the greatest sports moments of his life because they sat in the Italian section, and everybody was obviously rooting for Italy there. Italy ended up winning that game and going to the finals, where I think they lost to Brazil in a shootout. But he ranks that, and like we were soccer players growing up, but we didn't know what the World Cup was until it came to the States. And now that it's coming back to the States, I think it's just going to be this sort of another reinvention of taking it to the next level for soccer fans that exist already and then future soccer fans as well. Would you agree to that?
I would definitely agree with that. I think now where soccer is currently in this country, you know, with folks, fans from all over really tuning in, not just to our league, but to European soccer and on a global scale. Soccer has grown so tremendously, and 2026 is just really, really going to take that to the next level, because folks like yourself that maybe aren't so familiar with soccer, I think will get into it that much more. And you see just in the youth sports, more and more participants and playing in soccer, and it's going to be an exciting time. I'm really looking forward to it.
I think, and you might know better than me because soccer's your entire life, but like I feel like theatrically, soccer is lacking. And at the top of my head, you got Victory with Sylvester Stallone, Bend It Like Beckham, and Ladybugs. What's the greatest soccer movie of all time?
Okay, good question.
Ladybugs.
Ladybugs. I didn't even pick up on that.
Ladybugs.
You remember that?
Oh man, that's a tough one. But you had Kicking and Screaming with Will Ferrell. But no, I mean, listen, you had the TV series Ted Lasso.
There you go.
Ted Lasso?
I'm wearing my shirt right there. I'm wearing, be curious, not judgmental. So yeah, I
Be curious.
fell in love with it, and that. I think that brought it to the forefront. Oh, and here's my Believe card as well. I have that. But
there we go. Yeah, there we go. That's nice.
I think that opened up a lot of doors for the game of soccer as far as America is concerned, and bringing in new fandom, because we saw some different perspectives on the game and fans and how they incorporate it in their lives and stuff. So I think it's only positive stuff. So I think you can kick Ladybugs to the curb.
Yeah, I think Ted Lasso might have bumped Ladybugs.
Yeah.
Rodney Dangerfield's finest.
Yeah.
Oh, here, wait a minute. Oh, you'll like this.
Yeah.
And
What's
this
that
is
one movie? Something with Green or something with the big goalie in that.
The Mean Green.
Yeah.
By the way, Marissa brought this in, and this is just for our video, but this is one of my coffee mugs that I have with Roy Kent on it. So
That's great.
we're definitely diehard Ted Lasso fans. Well, listen, Alejandro, the city is excited.
Yeah.
We're excited for you, especially since you've been a co-chair for the committee that got this to happen. It has to be just huge for you and your family and friends and obviously your teammates and everything. So, dude, we're excited. It's a ways off, so there's going to be plenty of news between now and then on what we can expect, what to ramp up for. And in the meantime, the union's got to play and have your season, so we'll watch you guys do your thing too,
Yeah, for sure. For those that come out here, maybe start getting into soccer by coming out to the union games. We've been really consistently at the top, of the league here, the last few years, and this year is no different. We're in second place in the Eastern Conference. So last year we were close to the MLS Cup, made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. So we're representing Philly pretty well, I'd say.
Love it.
Absolutely.
I'd say so. Excellent. All right, thanks, Alejandro. Congratulations, and we'll talk to you soon, okay?
Take care, guys. You got plenty of time now to get into soccer, guys.
You got it, man. Thanks. Alejandro Bedoya, the captain of the Philadelphia Union. It's exciting stuff.
It is really exciting. Something on this scale. Soccer has taken off, and these guys have been a massive aspect of
I'm
that.
going tomorrow night. I'm going to see the Union play tomorrow night, and it's just going to be a gorgeous day. And
the venue really
the
has
venue is
helped,
unbelievable. Yeah, so it should be fun night tomorrow night as well.
Nice. All right, well, listen, we do need to take a break because we got more guests that are arriving in just a moment. We will get to all of it. We're going to have director Tony Yasenda on and talk about the program Players, actually, says mockumentary.
Esports.
On Paramount Plus. And we got to also talk to Michael Barkan this morning, and we got to give some stuff away, too, so we'll have a chance to win some freebies. Stay there. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah.
And you're just like, I'll just be waiting over here.
Yeah.
No.
Enjoy your being celebrated by the bride and groom, and I'll just stand over here and have my fruit.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
So you have all these parties. What are the ones involved with having a baby? There's a shower,
The
right?
Barber Briss.
The Barber Briss.
But listen, like the I Do barbecue and the gender reveal, I think are kind of organized so that you don't have to bring a gift. You're not bringing a gift to, do you know what I'm saying?
A gender reveal?
Yeah, like it's more set up like the barbecue, like come over for a barbecue. You don't quite know what it is. But whereas an engagement party is, if you show up without a gift, or at least for me, if I showed up without a gift, I would feel awkward.
All right, hang on. I just saw a text that came over. It said Connor Betts, he's a assistant producer here, went to an I Do barbecue. I'd like to know if he brought a gift with him to the I Do barbecue, because Kathy, I think you have to bring a gift to an I Do barbecue.
I don't know. Here, Connor's.
All right, we need an
walking him right
explanation,
now.
clarification, in case I, by some stretch of the imagination, get invited to an I Do barbecue. I want to know what to do.
Connor? I did not bring a gift.
Okay.
Were you aware that it was an I Do barbecue before you attended?
Yes.
Okay, so that is the premise of the I Do barbecue when it was presented to you that you were coming because you were going to be asked to be a part of this wedding party?
Yes, and I was not a part of the wedding.
All right, did your girlfriend bring a gift?
No.
Okay.
So when you went,
Do you know what I'm saying? Like the gender reveal is to come. We're all finding out together what the baby is going to be. You're not going to bring a gift to that. The the baby shower. Yes, that's the point of a baby shower. Your friends, your family, they're bringing gifts so that you can be prepared for when the baby comes.
Connor prefers to be called Moose.
Yeah.
What's that all about?
That's just a nickname from high school.
Oh, I did not know that.
High
Okay.
school into college, and everybody calls me.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I didn't know that. Nice to meet you, Moose.
So Moose, what was it like at the I Do barbecue?
Well, I didn't bring a gift, one, because they are wealthy and I am poor.
Right.
So I think my mom might have brought a gift, but I didn't.
And so who with the cluster that you attended, who was asked to be in the bridal party?
It was my friend's brother's engagement party, I guess. So then we were all friends with him, and it was a bunch of my friends, and then I was not asked.
Did they line you up?
I was backup.
Did they line you up in a row and then yes, no? Yes.
Yeah, it's like picking for kickball.
Right, right? No. And then, Connor, you're there with the caterer standing there.
Yeah, it was me and the caterer and the dog.
Right, yeah.
On the side.
These are the ones who will not be in our wedding party. Shame them.
Sorry, Moose.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
But you didn't go to the party expecting to be asked to be in the bridal party, right?
No.
Not even a little bit?
No.
It's
With how good you look in a gown?
You don't have every friend you know in your bridal party.
No, but I'm saying this seems oddly. It is like being picked for teams in school.
No.
And you're left out of it.
No.
It's like, why not break up into shirts and skins?
Well, I had never heard the term I Do barbecue before, but apparently that's another one to add to the list with your gender reveals, your sprinkles, your showers, your engagement
golden
parties,
showers,
your golden showers,
butterscotch bandits,
and that's called overcomers.
Guys, you're combining things that don't.
It's disgusting.
It's not.
Yeah, Overcomer was a movie.
We're here for the Hot Carl party.
What were you going to say, guys?
I just don't make your wedding more special than it really is.
Yeah.
You know?
Or do it since it's your wedding.
Yeah.
Don't make it more special than it really is.
Because it might end up in a murder-suicide, you know?
Wow. You're not special. This day isn't special.
It might end up in that should
They
go on
had
a
an I Do
Hallmark card.
barbecue. And now he's dead.
Yes. Congratulations. It might end up in a murder-suicide.
I'm Keith Morrison. It started with an I Do barbecue and ended with where'd you bury the body?
I love it. Pierre is in the studio, about ready to take over for the day.
It's a miracle.
It is a miracle.
It is a miracle.
Every day's a miracle.
Every day's a miracle. Rodney brought me coffee this morning.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Rodney's the man.
If Rodney isn't the greatest already, he, on his way in, found some wonderful coffee for me and brought it in.
I have a Superman statue that I'm going to give Rodney. There's one statue that has not ported over to my office. I said, if anybody around here deserves the Superman statue, it's Rodney.
I would agree.
Yeah.
You need more figurines and statues.
No, I have space now, and they will be coming. They are ordered and on their way. In fact, one should be arriving at the house today.
Yeah. Claire, God bless her.
She really is a saint.
She is a saint.
Yeah.
But I'm sure she said no more in this house. Send them to the office.
Absolutely. Work it is.
Are there pictures of the assortment?
Oh, yeah, in the house. But there's still room in the house.
No, I mean up online, though.
Oh, yeah.
So that people can see how many Batman, Superman, other figurines you have.
Just go to our Instagram page.
Yeah. We posted yesterday. There's more on the way.
Yeah, so this is just beginning, but mostly featuring Batman and Iron Man.
Right. Okay.
Right now, I have to decorate properly.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. It's a miracle.
There you go. There's a picture of it in the studio right now.
Oh, this is the new office.
Yeah,
too, right?
yeah.
Yep. We just moved in the other
So
day.
there is huge spaces where people would put books and tapes and various recording instruments, but Steve has used they're 5 feet high statues.
Yeah.
And
They're not 5 feet high.
All right, they're 4.5 feet high.
4.5 feet. Yeah.
And the Iron Man gets a giant Iron Man head.
That's a 1-to-1 scale Iron Man head.
Wow.
I'm so glad I listen. It looks good. You've organized it so nicely. I am proud of you. But I'm glad there's a buffer between me and you.
That buffer is Nick.
It's Nick.
Yeah.
I've started to straighten up my area.
You have. It's
and
looking
my collections are
better.
coming too. So I have display area finally. So I'm
Nice.
going to put some of my
Swords.
stuff up.
Nice.
I don't know if I'm going to do the swords.
Really?
Yeah.
No,
we'll
we
see.
threw the swords out.
No, I have a couple of swords. There's one like the Philadelphia Pipe and Drums brought us this really cool. It's engraved and
awesome.
everything. So that's for the show. I need to find somewhere for that. But I have other collections that I'm going to bring and display.
Are we
Look
going
up
to do that
top,
thing
up-
that we were talking about? That one idea where we were floating
We got to
around?
do that. Yeah, we'll hopefully get to that soon.
Okay.
That's an idea, and we'll get to it.
Yeah. We're not going to reveal what
No,
it
I
is.
am.
We're going to put a chopping board in the middle of the room and hang our pots and pans from the ceiling.
No, that's Kathy's sections, along with the doilies and the Martha Stewart tribute area.
You know what? I've always wanted that. I've never had a setup where I can hang my pots and pans from like a ceiling setup.
I like that look. My wife doesn't like it, so we didn't
Well,
get it.
here's why I do like it. It looks great. But you can't use the pots because once there's a stain and you hang it up, now it looks ridiculous.
Shut up.
I'm just saying that's when
Once
it doesn't
there's
look
a
good.
stain,
That's why she's.
that shows that that's a working kitchen.
Which is
There
fine.
would
but then
never
you-
be a stain if it was me because they'd never be used.
Me neither.
It would
That's
look
why I always
lovely.
wanted it.
It would work in your house.
Yeah.
See, that's why we should live together.
That's why we are married but stay apart.
Right. Forever.
I mean, you can't have sex all the time.
Well, exactly.
No, it's the perfect marriage. We don't live together and we don't have to have sex.
Yeah, you just love each other and then leave it at that.
We just love each other, and that's all
Kathy,
there is to it.
had she not met Dennis, she would have been married to a prisoner.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It'd be the perfect thing. What are you in for murder? Love it.
Right each other.
Yeah.
I didn't give away whatever it was I had yesterday.
You didn't?
So whatever that is.
It was a turkey.
Okay.
It was a turkey.
We'll give it away today.
It was and pounds of steak.
And
so,
pounds of steak.
Yeah, not just a pound, several pounds of steak.
I would like 7 pounds of steak.
7 pounds of steak. You got it, Buster. Step right up to Pierre's Butcher Shop. I got all the blood you need.
You should get for Halloween 1 year. You should go as a butcher, like with blood splattered, apron and everything. That'd be perfect.
A vegetarian butcher with all the zucchinis hanging from
Yes, and mangled tofu hanging from my locks.
Mangled tofu hanging from your locks.
Mangled tofu would be like dreadlocks, but tofu locks.
Yeah,
I like it.
All right,
Actually, I
we're cooking
don't,
with
but
gas
anyway.
now, mustard.
Oh my God.
Please welcome the one and only Mr. John Travolta to our studio. Good morning, John.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Nice to see you.
You sound good.
Thank you. I feel good. I feel very good. You know what? As I was introducing you, and I said, "Welcome to Philadelphia." You shot a film here in Philadelphia.
I did. I shot Blowout.
Yeah, that's
which is a
1980.
Brian De Palma great movie.
Yeah, thank you. I agree.
So this movie, we want to talk about The Fanatic, which is I actually I started watching it. I wanted to go into it cold, and it's a big departure for the kind of roles that you play.
Mm-hmm.
It's a horror suspense, but it also takes a peek inside the world of TMZ and fandom run fanatical. And your character is very unique. And from what I understand, the character was written with you in mind. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was. Fred Durst from the Limp Bizkit.
Yeah.
He wrote it, and he directed it. And I will say that he is quite inspired as a director and as an actor even.
Right.
And he helped quite a bit. He would improvise with me prior to the takes, and he designed this character, and I understood it because I am a fan. I'm a fan as much as we all are. And I think if you don't understand that, whether it's sports or whether it's the arts or icons or whomever you admire, you can't do this kind of role.
It's funny because John, because I collect things. I have I'm a massive movie fan. I'm a huge fan of yours as well. And there's something that, and it's your character exemplifies in the movies. So just to be able to get the tactile sensation of touching something that a celebrity or you know, there's this bizarre thing. I remember it's odd, as I was watching the movie, I was thinking the story that Gene Siskel of Siskel and Ebert, it was very important for him to own the white suit that you wore on Saturday
That's
night,
correct.
and he owned that. It was like a holy grail for him.
Yes,
so
and
you
then
could
Jane Fonda bought it.
Right. So
and, yeah, you're completely correct. You know, but this particular guy, this character I play, is he's a man-child. He is maybe a little bit on the spectrum, which explains his irrational behavior. However, that being said, he's picked on and bullied at work, and everyone bullies him. But he's so used to it that he handles it. But when his favorite person in the world bullies him, this movie star, he doesn't know how to handle it. He gets confused. And when he gets confused, he does really odd things. And you'll see in the film that he goes over the line. But so does the movie star.
Yeah. And
the movie star goes over the line equally as well, you know, by torturing.
And his inability to pick up on social cues, it takes it down a path where it's like, oh, no. And I got to tell you, John, the entire time while watching this movie, I don't think there was a moment where something on my body wasn't clenched.
Yeah.
Whether it was my hands or my mouth or even my butt cheeks. I mean, I was just like, it was tense.
Well, because
the
it's
whole thing.
Nothing
you know?
times up. The point when you finally get to have this moment with Hunter Dunbar's his name is the character. He has a bad experience, and you just happen to come upon him at that time, and it never syncs up right. So that starts.
That's correct. It's also a movie about bad timing.
Yeah, and then some.
Because if he had just been in the right mood and had his autograph, he would have been over.
Yeah.
But of course, then we wouldn't have had a movie.
Yes.
But what I thought was brilliant was that I loved that your character before all that started to happen. So you I almost felt bad, and I was like, well, it's not that bad that he's doing some of these things, you know. But then it progresses into the movie. But you really made me love that character before you found out the other stuff.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted him to be loved because I feel like everyone is a little bit of the character Moose. We all have a little Moose in us. It's just how far do we take it? And if we didn't have Moose in us, how would we be, you know, ourselves to create an effect on others?
Yeah, I might be in your plane later.
Well, Hunter Devin Sawa, is that the actor who's playing Hunter?
Correct.
Yeah. So again, nobody's all that awesome in this. Everyone's got, you know, even his friends, or quote unquote friends, are not that good as far as friends. And I like that because that's sort of real. But I like also the peek into the side of the people who are out on the street who make money. You know, you're dressing up as a Bobby, you know, to pick up some money, and there are these things going on in that world that sort of, for some reason, Hollywood, when depicted in a seedier fashion, always appeals to me. It's like a Raymond Chandler sort of.
Well, also maybe that's a bit of the truth.
Yeah. But in a way, that's sort of, and that's almost sort of enticing too. That bizarre aspect.
Yeah, I love how L.A. is depicted in this film. I think it's very real and tragic almost. You know.
I thought in watching the movie at first, and now seeing you today, I probably know it's not the case, but I thought maybe you would cut your own hair for the role.
No, it was really cool because I said, when I loved the script and wanted to do it, I said to Fred Durst, what do we do about how he looks? I mean, the Hawaiian shirt was an obvious kind of choice. There's bad shorts and bad sneakers and all that. But I said, what about the hair?
Yeah.
And the look? And he said, well, what do you think about mullets? And I said, I don't know. It's overdone. And he said, well, there's a lot of different kinds.
With the American Vandal release. And it kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And everybody loved it. And we also love the fact that he's local, and we've had him on before. But the new one is called Players. It's about esports. It's now streaming on Paramount. Please welcome the pride of Downingtown East, Tony Yasenda. is joining us. Tony, how you doing, man?
Hey. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
How you guys doing?
Anytime. We're doing well, man. It's Friday, so there's nothing wrong with that. And we're getting ready to enjoy a couple of days off, which is nice. But how about you? Do you ever have any time off, or are you just working all the time?
You know, we're just releasing a show, so this is my vacation right here. We get to see how the world reacts and talk to the show we've been working on for the past, 2.5 years now.
Well, the world is reacting.
We're happy with it. Do you know anything about... Yeah, do you know anything about esports? competitive gaming.
The whole world of it has been fascinating to us. Preston and I are have been gamers when time affords us to do it. As you know, obviously, to take a dive in like these guys do. I'm always fascinated with the world. I've watched a number of documentaries on it. There was going to be that big esports center that was going to go in the sports complex, and they halted plans on construction, like a $55 million facility. And so our own parent company was looking to get into that, exponentially. So it's there. I think it's something that is at the same time fascinating and unapproachable for us. But I started watching it last night. I wrapped up The Offer, the Godfather series, and went right into your series, and because I'm a big fan, it's great. I mean, the casting is really brilliant because you would think they all your cast reads as the exact kind of people you would expect to see in this world. So that must have been a fun process, getting people who were exactly in the wheelhouse you were looking for.
Yeah, that's right. And, some of them actually are. There's a couple, obviously we went through traditional casting and read hundreds of people that felt the most like the gamers that we found through our research. And then some of them were actual gamers in the LCS, which is the League of Legends, North American Gaming League. And they've had these tenures as pro players, and now they're coming and playing around as fictional versions of themselves. So I think it was like a combination of very talented actors that we were able to find and the real people. And that kind of blend is what makes it feel like a documentary and we're really learning about this world.
Well, I'm kind of surprised that you are able to get people that are in that world because, I mean, obviously you're going to have fun with the subject matter, and some might find that a little bit offensive in, let's face it, a career that they are, taking on.
Yeah, well, look, I think the same with our first show, American Vandal, which was a mystery about who drew phallic images on cars. It's obviously a joke, but then we really wanted people to invest in the mystery. And that's the way we feel about this show, is that even if you're a little bewildered that why are there stadiums being sold out for kids to watch other kids play video games? A couple episodes in, you should really be pulling for fugitive gaming, you know, the way you're pulling for a team in Friday Night Lights. So in that way, it's really a love letter, and I think they always knew that.
So, Rob McElhenney's Mythic Quest, game development, and on that end of it, all of this stuff is there. It's multi-millions, if not billions of dollars that are happening and transacting throughout this entire world, and people are becoming fabulously wealthy. It's like the phenomenon of the YouTubers or the influencers who are, barely out of high school and sometimes in high school, if not younger, who are racking up big amounts of cash playing video games. So again, it's while I don't exist in the world, I'm fascinated by it, and I'm fascinated by your take on it. The show just pops.
Steve, it is a trip. It is nothing will make you feel older than sitting down with a 24-year-old who's like, the game has passed me by. What do I do now? My career is behind me. Do I become a coach? Do I become a caster? Oh my God, you're a baby. And it's just like this alternate universe where these gamers are sports gods.
Yeah. And it is like that. I mean, Steve and I went to an event years ago. It was at the Trocadero, and it was a competitive gaming event. They had the gigantic screen, and these guys are playing. I was there for 2 hours, and I turned to Steve. I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on. So I have no idea. And because the action moves so fast, unbelievably fast. Now I can see, in-person sports, your standard football, baseball, whatever it may be, these guys are playing at the ultimate elite level. But at least I can see what's happening. At this level, I have no clue what's going on, man.
So when we were pitching the show, that was obviously a big concern. you look at the game and it's visual gibberish if you're an outsider. But luckily there had been that show. Have you heard of Queen's Gambit on Netflix?
Yeah.
It was a big hit show about chess, and it was gripping. And they never dumbed it down and explained what a Queen's Gambit was or what a Sicilian defense was. You could tell emotionally what the characters were doing, how they were reacting to certain moves, that you're like, oh, you know, it's not really about chess, it's about the people. And that's what Players is like. You might not understand the words they're saying it, but you could tell through context clues exactly how this team is feeling, whether this is good or bad. And ultimately, by the end of the series, I think you're going to be able to like watch a championship game, which takes place in Philadelphia, and really invest in whether they win or lose.
Well, you know, Tony, what caught my attention, I like to do this and see kind of a broad sampling of what people are saying. So IGN, which is in the gaming world, is very revered. They labeled the show amazing, 9 out of 10. And similar accolades from non-game based or non-pop culture or that part of the world, lavishing the kind of praise, catching it on the other level of, I didn't know what was going on. But these guys are characters, you know, and picking up on what I'm sure that was your mission, to appeal to the widest, you know, bandwidth there. But it's hitting on all fronts. So mission accomplished if you're trying to get past the minutia of the gaming itself.
You know what? We never really talked about it like, hey, let's appeal to this group and this group at the same time.
Yeah.
We want to make shows that we personally like, Dan, my creator, and I. And frankly, we weren't super knowledgeable about gaming 3 years ago when we started this project. And we thought, like, one of the things we like most about the traditional sports docs that we're parodying, like, obviously The Last Dance, Michael Jordan is the main one, but there's like F1 Drive to Survive or Cheer, these documentaries about sports that we knew nothing about going in. And it's really cool. Part of the enjoyment is learning about this world. So I actually think personally that the show might be more enjoyable for somebody like you than who's like vaguely familiar with it than somebody who like understands all the terms, because they're not learning anything. Like, I don't know if you enjoy Friday Night Lights more or less if you're like grew up going to high school football games in Texas. But for us, we're like, wow, look at this vibrant new world. It's so crazy how much they put these high school kids on pedestals. And I think that's part of the enjoyment for players that hardcore gamers might even be missing out on.
Tony, I'm curious as to like when making these types of things, how you're able to select where they're shot. And the reason I bring it up is, Hustle's out now on Netflix, and it really makes Philly look fantastic. I'm curious as to, whether or not you're ever going to be able to film something in your hometown, or, bring something to Downingtown or bring something to our area, and how much control you have as one of the creators of series like this as to where they end up being filmed.
Well, buckle up. Back half of the season, the way it works in the LCS is you have the whole regular season is played in this arena in Los Angeles, and then the LCS final is played in a random city in America. And because ours is a fictional show and I'm pressing buttons like that, you can guess where
all right,
semifinal might be played.
Very cool.
Hey, Tony, I wanted to ask, in your research in writing and getting this all formed, I would imagine like in any competition, when it comes to an elite level, there are egos to deal with. How heavy does it get in the world of esports when it comes to people taking that to another level and intimidation and stuff like that?
You know what? It's simultaneously like so much softer and yet so much more savage than like they talk very, very quietly and almost shyly, but they'll be like, yes, the other team is garbage. Everyone is trash. That was an easy win. And like, if you imagine if you imagine Steph Curry saying that last night after winning, people would be talking about that for 20 years. And that's just a Tuesday for these gamers. And yet they're a little bit more shy and reserved in the delivery. It's gamer trash talk on the pro level. It's different than like Xbox trash talk or like what streamers say on Twitch. These pros, to do that, they're working like 14 hours a day. They're so focused on the team that they I don't know. I don't think they have time to work on their like braggadocious
and people skills in general. Well, the story focuses in you have characters like organism and cream cheese, right? And they have all these handles, so organism is the young upstart, so. But there is a moment right in the first episode, as you said, sort of about that passive aggressive. He's not throwing off like a professional wrestler bragging. He just, I'm the best, and that permeates all of them. There's a lot of passive aggressive attitude going on. So how did you find? Is it DeJour Jones? Is that the actor?
Yeah,
because he's great.
Yeah, he is. He's great, and he's a kid outside of Philly. We were looking for somebody who, it is crazy in this world, like how young players can be. So I didn't want some, 24-year-old from Juilliard pretending to be a 17-year-old. I wanted a kid who like hadn't graduated high school yet and really felt raw. It was a terrific actor, but also like kind of rough around the edges, so it felt more like a documentary. And he just like embodies this character and really feels like a kid who is moving to California for a job for the first time, because that's exactly what he was doing.
Right. Hey, Tony, one of the things I love about doing Zoom interviews is we get a peek into some things in the background. I see you have a very beautiful sunburst Les Paul hanging on the wall back there. Anything special about that guitar?
No, it's false advertising. I'm so musically untalented.
You just thought it would look cool?
I didn't realize our whole lives would be on Zoom when I put it there. But you could see Iverson and Dr. J right next to him, which is probably a bigger part of my personality.
Well, it's interesting because an interview, it was in the Inquirer, they were talking to you, and you brought up Ben Simmons, and this has kind of gotten some traction. And all of this experience has given you sort of a more accommodating take on his situation. Explain what you the realization you reached.
Well, I think a lot of everybody knows what a big Sixers fan I am in the writer's room. And then like the day after that Father's Day game against the Hawks last year, everybody's like, oh, and for me, I was so angry. And then I had to look at myself like, God, you're an adult. You're so mad at this like 24-year-old Australian kid who like got nervous on the big stage. Like, we're all human. Right. Don't pretend like I would have done better. Like, oh yeah, I would have dunked it over him. I don't know, but I was still so angry.
Yeah.
And that was like a perfect way to like look at like how the character feel, and we had this joke in the very beginning of episode 1. Is like, he goes, if I had just hit that Alistar knockup on the Kog'Maw back in 2016, it would have been the perfect setup to a wombo combo. My whole life would have been different.
A wombo combo.
Yeah.
That's great.
And we were watching Ben Simmons' wombo combo in real time. And it made me so angry. Like he missed it on purpose just as an affront to Philly. And we're like, we got to look at what sports fandom means. And it doesn't like, I'm still like somewhat bitter about it, or very bitter about it as a Sixers fan. But as a television writer, it was like interesting human context to help us like empathize with our characters in these like big high pressure moments.
Wow. All right. Well, it is streaming now. It's on Paramount Plus, and it looks like you got another hit on your hands. So it's all good. Anything else? I mean, right now you said, you've been busy doing this for 2.5 years, and now you're promoting. You got other things in the works that's shortly after you cool down from this promo tour?
Yeah, there's where I'm looking to direct a pilot, which is a Western this summer that should be, it's also a comedy. I'm not going to start doing Yellowstone or something like that.
I love Westerns, though. Westerns are just, you have to go a big distance to F up a Western, as long as you put the component parts in there.
Well, we're going to do some weird stuff, and we're going to be flirting with that line.
All right.
Awesome.
I'm intrigued.
We'll look forward to all of it. Tony, it's great to have you on, man. Thanks so much, and continued success. We'll talk to you down the road.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Anytime, man. Tony Ascente, guys. Check out Paramount Plus to find Players. It sounds hilarious. I need to see it.
So I started watching last night, and you brought up that time when we were at the truck, Preston, and we talked to Tony, and that it captures that 10 times over. That sort of kinetic, like, what in the F is going on? But it's just very well done.
Nice. All right, well, we're jumping on with another friend.
Huh?
We got another person to talk to. This is just Interview of Palooza on the Preston and Steve show this morning. Is he, we getting him up and ready to go? Nope, I'm getting a signal.
Well, he's still in makeup, Preston. He's still in makeup.
I'll wait while he's getting ready. I do have a couple of shout-outs and mentions I can do real quick while we wait. There was, where was the one I wanted to get to today? I thought this was kind of fun. I got this. It says, hey, I'll make this brief, guys. I started listening to your Preston and Steve Show file podcast and graduated to the entire Preston and Steve Show podcast, or listen to your Bizarre File podcast, and then made it to the whole show. I'm currently in Indiana, but I will be going to New Zealand in July, and of course, it's an 18-hour plane ride.
Jeez.
So I will definitely be taking my favorite morning show along with me. In my opinion, 3 hours isn't enough time for all of you to be on air, but thankfully, I'm a few weeks behind on my daily podcast, so I'm pumped to take you guys with me to help pass the time on the flight. Thank you for helping me laugh every day and make each day a little brighter. That's from Maggie Tackman.
That's awesome.
So thank you, Maggie. And we also got a text this morning from somebody listening live in Oahu.
Yeah, I saved it, Preston.
That's Hawaii.
That is.
Oh.
That is Hawaii. And
the guy's name is, Tom O'Malley. Here we go.
Yeah, he said, I live in Honolulu on Oahu, and I usually listen to the podcast, but I fell asleep on the couch and woke up, and I'm listening to WMMR.com. So thank you, man. We appreciate it. People checking in from
We have
around
to
the
start
world.
another one of those world maps to see where everyone is listening from,
All right, our next guest, clearly by the visual, is coming to us live from Citizens Bank Park this morning.
It's amazing.
It's incredible. You just can't take him out of the sports complex. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Michael Barkin.
Hey! Or am I coming to you from the content room?
He just switched his background.
Am I watching the Aurora Borealis?
You got them all now.
God, this is great. Oh.
Or did it just snow on the back porch?
Oh, my God. You better put a coat on, mister.
You're freezing.
Looks chilly. Yeah.
How many more you got?
Hang on. I got a bunch more. You know what? Let's talk pregame, postgame.
Oh.
There we got that.
You got the set.
Little post live for the Eagles. I got a bunch more stuff because when we were during the pandemic. This is it. This is the study.
All right.
Okay.
So real quick, you were doing the Eagles pregame, postgame. I want to talk to you about, did the Eagles just straight up change their logo altogether?
Is that what you call it? Is that what you would say? Yeah, to me, it doesn't look like much of a difference. What are you looking at up there? Am I on the moon? Are you, the logo is the watermark, I guess. The word mark has changed a little bit, and it's got like a little notch in the E, and it looks fundamentally the same to me. So what you're wearing right now, Case?
Yeah.
By the way, we're doing radio, but what you're wearing right now, Case?
Yeah.
Is the colors and the logo that I loved.
Yeah.
And I know that logo wasn't on the team when they won the Super Bowl, but that's what I think of when I think of the Eagles.
Yeah, I mean it's the Eagles team that I came up with, right? It's I started really getting into them in the 80s and and then suffered through the 90s for a little while. But that Kelly green is just the green that I had fallen in love with. When they changed it to the midnight green, I was like, that's cool. It was like refreshing, and I like that. But I'm ready to go back to the Kelly green. I'm really looking forward to it. And then I have to wait, like we all have to wait another year for that.
Yeah, and it was a uniform and color that they would wear for special occasions. They would get dispensation from the league to do it. I know when they were celebrating the 50th anniversary of the NFL championship over the Packers in 1960, they opened the season that year with the Packers. In fact, there was word that they were trying to get that game, since it was the opener, at Franklin Field, but they couldn't figure it out with the tickets. But in any event, that was the uniform that I loved. And it had the eagle with the football in its talons and the Kelly green, kind of a little off from Kelly green. I wouldn't call it quite Kelly green, but I just love the colors. I thought it was regal. I thought it was majestic. I thought it was a great look.
Those are
this one won a Super.
Those are words we used to describe you, regal and majestic. So it works out well.
All right.
So we have to talk about the Golf Classic. We have to talk about everything that's going on. And what year is this for?
10th. This is the 10th. It's the Barkamp Family Healing Hearts Foundation. And we provide money and funds and gift cards and anything we can to the people who are just going through catastrophes in their lives. And we've had the charity for 10 years. We've had a golf outing a little bit longer than that. And I guess the first 2-3 outings, the money was going to various different charities. And we thought, you know what, let's start our own 501c3. We can direct where the money goes. The money can stay in this area. Not as the Gov says, Governor Rendell used to say, there's no such thing as a bad charity. And you know that, Steve, because I know all of you in there are associated with charities. So we just wanted to help folks in our area, and that's what we do. So we're having the golf outing on Monday, and Casey Boy and Preston are playing. I'm so excited. That's awesome. And we're going to have a lot of great guests and celebrities, and it's fun. It's at French Creek Golf Club in Elverson, PA. It's a beautiful course, a great lunch.
I thought that was very telling that you said we're going to have Preston and Casey play and some celebrities.
That's right. Who wants to be a celebrity Monday? Anybody? No. I wanted to highlight the guys, the dudes.
Oh, okay.
Seth Joyner's going to play. Jimmy Lynam's going to play. Barrett Brooks is going to play. Ruben Amaro Jr. is going to be there. Let me see. I have a whole. The list is in the back, but
well, it's. And Michael, it's sold out at this point. We probably should have gotten you on earlier to promote getting people signed up for it, but you've got a sold-out event for this, which is great.
Oh, that's tremendous.
Next year we'll get you early, and I would love that. And there's a thought maybe next year we have 2 tee times. I don't know how you guys would feel about that. What do you think? 1 tee time would be at 7. You wouldn't be able to do it then, obviously. And then the other tee time would be, leave the show. The other tee time would be about 1, but we're not doing that yet.
I like that. I like the 1 o'clock tee time. French Creek is a little bit out there. It's a stunning golf course. This is a difficult golf course. But right by there also is Revivalist Distillery.
Oh.
It's right around the corner, so we can stop by and get some booze there, Barkan.
I like it. Well, you won't have a problem with that, Preston. We've got the Yard Bar there, right between 9 and 10 and 18. We have something called the Yard Bar, and there'll be some special spirits there, and that's usually a place where people they congregate and before going on. So a little food. It's going to be awesome.
Nice.
All right.
And the weather's
nice.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Nice. So, Michael, I want to ask you about the Phillies. They, wildly underperformed for the first couple of months of the season, and a lot of people were sort of calling for Girardi's head at one point, and eventually that finally happened. And now they may be overperforming, 10 or 11 wins in their last 12 or 13 games. I mean, they're really impressive, clicking on all cylinders. And last night the Nationals are not a great team, but they beat up on a team that they're supposed to beat up on, right? So 5-game series. The Braves keep winning. I think the Braves have won 14 in a row or something along those lines. Anyway, your thoughts on Thompson as the manager and where the team stands now and where they might be going for the rest of the season.
Well, Nick, baseball, you know, my friend, baseball's a game that's played. It's a team sport, but it's played individually. And you got to get the batter's box, you got to hit, you got to stand on the pitcher's mound and make a pitch. You got the ball's hit to you, you got to catch it. And they just weren't doing that under Joe Girardi. And the lineup was not a consistent thing, especially leadoff through 5 or 6 in the lineup. He was rotating, and I understand why he did that, because Kyle Schwarber and Rhys Hoskins in particular were really struggling, and that's no longer the case. And Kyle Schwarber won National League Player of the Month for the month of June last year. It looks like he's going to do it again. He hit his 6th and 7th home runs last night in the month of June. He's got 18 total. He's on pace for 46 home runs, and he was nowhere to be found in April and May. And many of us thought, what the heck did they get in this guy? And that's the funky thing about baseball, which really makes you kind of hold your breath, because you wonder what's the real Phillies, what we saw in April and May or what we're seeing now in June. And they're 12-2 in their last 14 games. Are playing as well as any team in baseball right now. And I see on a lot of lists, the power ratings are coming up on some of the lists, but they're still in the middle of the pack overall. My question is, are they going to be good enough to be a playoff team? That's what we want in this town. We want a championship. I understand that, but baby steps for a team that hasn't been in the playoffs since 2011. So I think the big thing is, when you ask about the manager change, and I had someone ask me yesterday, was it the manager change? I think that had a lot to do with it, because when I mentioned playing a team sport individually, you got to be focused enough but chill enough to do your job the way you need to do your job. And I really think that wasn't happening with Joe Girardi. Certainly, I think he put everything into it. I think the guys all seemed to like and respect him, but it just wasn't happening. And you see what's going on with Rob Thompson, and I don't know if you've heard him speak after the games, but he is very mellow, but yet a guy who I think you could take direction from, take coaching from, and he's letting them play. So, which is great.
On another topic, the big news obviously was the announcement of the FIFA World Cup coming in 2026. Your impressions on that?
What?
You didn't hear? Breaking news from Michael Barkan right now.
I've got to go. I think that is awesome. And, you know, I lived up in Boston in 1994, the last time the United States hosted the World Cup, and it was something to behold. And they played, I think, 3 or 4 games at Foxborough Stadium. They since torn that down. They play in Gillette Stadium. Foxborough Stadium was like it was a dump. They held World Cup games there. So they're holding games at the Link, which is a beautiful stadium. And it just to know that we are going to be one of the sites. This was a joint bid with the United States, Canada, and Mexico. So I don't think they have decided yet where the final and the semifinals are going to be. But if Philadelphia could host a quarterfinal match or a semifinal match, that would be absolutely amazing. But the coolest part about it is that you get to see peoples from all over the world in your city. Yeah. I'm not going to say it's like an Olympics, and I'm blessed to cover some of those, but it's damn close. Yeah. When you're at the stadium and there's people from, you know, Mexico and Colombia and France and Spain, and they're all congregating, going to see their team. It's such a huge event. It's a happening, and the whole world's watching.
Yeah, the international,
it's not just the United States. The whole world's going to be watching Philadelphia.
Yeah, the international aspect of it, I didn't even think about that. Really does give it an Olympic vibe. So it's going to be that's going to be pretty damn crazy when that hits, and I'm sure you guys will be all over it.
Yeah, and my, you know, the shot I had showed you before. Hang on, I'll show you. This is the view. You ready for this?
Right.
This is the view from my desk. That's the view from my desk. So you think yeah,
it's the Link. You have a beautiful shot of the Link.
Shot. Yeah, absolutely.
So now that is that in an actual office? Is that like a storage closet? Where do they have you?
It's the storage closet.
Hey, speaking of
we have a. Yeah, go ahead.
Speaking of storage closet, I don't know if you saw the movie Hustle or not, but Adam Sandler kind of ends up in a closet type of an office. And did you get a chance to see the movie Hustle?
I thought that movie was so great. I was on a flight recently and I watched it, and and I didn't know what to expect because Amy Fadul, Amy, she's also playing in the golf outing. And
she's
and
awesome.
She hosts Sixers pregame and postgame, and her husband Sean Kane is our producer for Phillies pregame and postgame, and they received an advance copy of Hustle. And Sean I said, you undersold that thing, man. That was phenomenal. And really, I think a co-star of the movie, I don't know what you all think, was Philadelphia. I just thought it was beautiful the way they showed off Philadelphia, the city, Manayunk, as Cruz, what was his name? Bo Cruz ran up the wall. I thought it was awesome. Great
Excellent.
movie.
Yeah, agreed. Excellent.
So you had mentioned Amy and
director on?
I'm sorry. Sixers pregame, postgame.
That director on?
We did not. But I want to ask you because when the Sixers season ended, I was sad, and I also was really nervous about their future. And I thought that their future, prior to the playoffs starting, I was excited about their future. And then when the playoffs ended, I was scared of their future. Where are you with the future of this 76ers team?
I feel similar to you, Case. I feel very uncertain about the future, and Daryl Morey got the pieces together that he thought were going to be able to have them make a run, and it just didn't happen. And Harden is either he's not the guy we thought he was, or he's no longer the guy we thought he was, or I don't know. He is certainly getting older, but when they traded for him, we thought, oh man, we got a top 10 player in the NBA in this guy. And I don't know if I would say that. That's a no. We did not get a player of that caliber, at least what we saw after the trade. So whether it was injury, mindset, whatever, but the one thing that kills me is when you saw what Jimmy Butler did, what he continues to do, and that they really gave way to Ben Simmons and what Ben Simmons wanted. And at that time, I'm sure they thought other things were in store for Ben Simmons than what we've all seen. But that really crushed him, because you have a winner there. Some guys just win, and that's what you had in Jimmy Butler. And can you imagine had he played all these seasons now with Joel Embiid, and Simmons had been the guy to leave earlier, it might have been a different thing.
Do you think they're going to?
Yeah, I really. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, do you think they're going to stick with basketball?
Oh, probably.
But I don't know. I think they probably will.
Okay.
If I can get back to you.
All right, just circle back. Yeah.
They're thinking about cricket.
Cricket, yes.
All right. Well, listen, Mike, we're excited to play in your outing, and you're right, the weather is looking great for Monday, so it should be great, and it's an awesome cause. And next year we'll hit a little bit earlier and try and get some people signed up. But it's sold out, man. But if you do it twice many next year, we'll help out.
Sold out.
Yeah.
Are you going to play, or are you going to be too busy handling the operations of that event?
Well, that's a great question, because I have 4 buddies that come down my house from Syracuse, and they come from all parts of the country. And usually I play about 9 holes with them, but I send the golfers off. I'll introduce everybody, and then I might have a quick bite, and then I'll get out on the course, right to the yard bar, make sure everything's okay. Yard bar. And then, by the way, everybody, you're all invited if you want to come out to the lunch, or there's a beautiful dinner as well.
Oh,
after.
excellent.
Not everybody listens.
Yeah,
right.
Talking to now.
In this room.
We got a couple 100,000 people out here.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, listen.
That'd be great.
We will see you on Monday, Mike. Thanks for everything, and have a good weekend, brother. All right? All right.
Hey, you too. Have a great weekend.
Michael Buckman. And, his outing will be fun. I haven't played it in years. When I had hurt my shoulder, he kept getting in touch with me. Can you come and play? Couldn't do it. So I'm finally back at it and able to play.
It's got to feel good.
Yeah. And I'm excited to do his event. TheBarCanFoundation.org, by the way. TheBarCanFoundation.org if you'd like to help out. All right. We need to take a break, but you know what? We need to set you up. I have the Top Gun Maverick Ultimate Father's Day prize pack to give away.
Wow.
We'll take
on the internet about 100 different types, and boom, suddenly there was this dude with the exact haircut Moose has, with glasses And I texted it to Fred, and I said, I found the look. I found it. And he said, I agree. This is the right way to go.
I have to tell you, I was at it, and when I saw this character of Moose, I've told you guys this story. I was at a convention one time, one of these conventions. I am a real fan like this, not Moose level, but. And Adam West was there, the original Batman.
Man,
so everyone's
Adam
there.
West.
There was a guy who looks exactly like your character in this knapsack, the whole thing, the backpack, with about 50 cans of Fresca in that thing, and that same sort of delivery. And you work on this character with that, Mr. West, Mr. West, and he's sort of that thing, and so your heart sort of that this is not just a hobby; it's his life.
And there is a difference. There's a professional fan that usurps signatures and sells them.
Right.
And then there's the guy that ain't selling nothing.
Yeah.
And is going to keep it. And that's Moose. Moose is not getting rid of any of his memorabilia at all. So how do you detect the difference? I don't know.
Yeah.
But definitely there is a difference.
And you're known to be fan friendly. When the opportunity is right and that person does approach you
respectfully.
Yeah, respectfully. Do you know what you're giving them? I would think, this is a very special moment for them.
Absolutely. And I grew up being a fan, so I understood.
Right.
And I remember a very famous movie star who will remain nameless, but he kind of, just discarded my this is before I was famous. And I decided that if I ever became famous, I would never do that. So I lived by that motto, But again, how do you navigate the line of privacy? And
it is a tough line because, and again, with people who approach you, and we always think, listen, we're on local radio, but whatever the stories, if somebody comes up. It's every time the edict is you shake hands, you say hi, you do the deal because that's an important thing, and sometimes as what happens with Hunter, the star in this, he lets his life cloud his remembering because it starts off with a quote from him, "I'm nothing without my fans," but he doesn't abide by that.
Well, sometimes there are good people that are bad celebrities.
Yeah.
Let's face it.
Right.
So my cure to that always has been don't go out unless you're in the mood for it.
That's good. Good rule. Yeah.
Are you in the frame of mind if you go out to dinner to be interrupted, bothered, whatever, take pictures? And if you are, go out.
Yeah.
If you're not, that's just part of the very small price you pay for this glorious life that we have.
Well, case in point, in 1996, you met a nice 21-year-old young man in Beverly Hills, California, and I had a job at the time where I was driving around cars for Enterprise Rent-A-Car in Beverly Hills, and I saw you, and the only thing that I could think to say was, "Oh my God, that's John Travolta," and you came over and you looked me in the eye just like you did 10 minutes ago, and shook my hand and said, "Hi, it's very nice to meet you." And then you went about your day, but you couldn't have been more pleasant. And I've heard countless stories of how kind you are to people, and it's not hard to be nice. And I think people just lose sight of that. It's really easy to just be a decent, nice person to everybody else.
Let's face it, what you resist, you become. The more you withdraw from it, the worse it gets. So just, own it.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to tell you, on the shaved head thing, I endorse it 100%.
You look good.
There's a movie that I love of yours. A lot of people are not familiar with it. They should be. It's From Paris with Love.
Oh, hell yeah.
And damn, you are the baddest badass in that movie. Preston, this movie will rock your world.
Okay, I haven't seen it.
And John is amazing in it. Who's the director of that?
That's the guy that did oh gosh, you've tested me now.
Yeah, he's great. He's done a whole bunch of stuff that's similar.
Fantastic.
But did you enjoy making that film?
I loved it.
Yeah.
Because they were demanding stunts and action that I've never, had done before, and I had to do them myself. And I loved the badass character. He was just whatever. He was bold.
Yeah.
Pierre Morel, is that it?
Yes, there's
Pierre
some
Morel.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
Well, I looked it up.
You've saved me.
What would you prefer, stunts or dancing?
Dancing.
Come on.
Any day.
Well, did Pitbull inspire?
Yeah, he's my buddy.
He's your buddy. You're in a video of his.
I love my Pitbull. He's. I met him 3 years ago just to reach out and tell him, how much as a fan.
Right.
And then he's such a brilliant entrepreneur. He got thinking about it, and he said, maybe I should put him in one of my videos dancing, because nobody's dancing very much anymore.
Right.
He does, but nobody else really. So I thought, well, hell, I'll join him. And
I think Christopher, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think Christopher Walken has danced in every single movie, even if it's for just a quick shuffle step. I think in every single role he's ever done.
Got a Broadway history.
Yeah.
Music. Yeah,
and you danced with him in Hairspray.
I certainly did.
Yes.
He played my husband.
That's right.
So I wanted to ask you, because you had 3 movies in a row that I really loved of yours, and it started with Wild Hogs. I can't believe I loved it as much as I was laughing out loud.
It's a funny movie.
It is a funny movie. It really is. It surprised me with how funny it was. I don't know if that's a backhanded compliment or whatever, but
no, it's a funny movie, and who would have thought a bunch of old guys in motorcycles would be that funny?
But your character as Edna Turnblad in Hairspray, and I love that movie. I have songs from that movie in my iPod. You Can't Stop the Beat is a really, really great song.
Great. Yeah.
And then followed by Bolt. And speaking of songs,
he's not kidding.
I'm not kidding. I Nearly Lost You. It was a duet that you did with Miley Cyrus. Yes. I have that on my iPod.
Do you really?
I do. And I thought you sounded great in that. So this is a long diatribe. But what do you prefer, singing or dancing?
I'd still prefer dancing, but I enjoy singing because I did both as an early professional. In order to work in New York, you had to sing, you had to act, you had to dance. 3 chances of getting employment.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed all of them,
Yeah.
but I'm most comfortable dancing and then probably acting and singing. I just happened to be able to hold a pretty good tune, you know.
Well,
I had a very high, like almost a high baritone or tenor.
You still do.
Voice, yes.
You still do. I mean, in Bolt, in that song, and I would ask anybody that has an iTunes account or whatever, listen to the song if you haven't heard it before. It's the song that ends.
He's played it for us many times.
Maybe, but it's the song that runs at the end of the movie.
Well, it just seems that my voice is like. For instance, You're the One That I Want in Greece.
Yeah.
And Bolt song, there's this high, range that I sing in that it's kind of different than most people. So it's kind of identifiable as my niche or something as a singer.
I love the way you sing. You're the one that, because you're the one that I want.
Yeah. A lot of yodels in that song.
A lot of yodels. So with the career as long as yours, getting back to the Fanatic,
it's biblical, yes.
It seems I never hear stories of you. There never seems to be a situation like a moose ending up. You don't seem to draw that kind of.
I don't, because I think because I embrace my fans.
Yeah.
And I actually communicate with them. There is not that urge to. I'm not a mystery as much, and I'm not a can't have.
Right.
And as soon as you become a can't have, it starts a frenzy,
So some people are calling it a horror suspense. Do you like things of the things that make you uncomfortable?
I like the ones I've done. I love Carrie. When I was a kid, I did that movie. And
was that your first major film?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, with Brian De Palma, and then we got together again for Blowout, and I certainly love that.
Which is so we work obviously with audio. It took the classic film Blow Up and made it audio.
Yes, exactly.
And so I remember thinking, and I thought with the editing and all that stuff, it actually was one of the things like I think I want to do this. But Brian De Palma is a brilliant. Did you see the documentary on him recently?
I haven't.
He goes on about you in it, and just nothing but accolades and working with you. But it's a really cool insight to the movie.
When did this come out? I'd love to see it.
I watched it on iTunes.
Netflix,
Yeah,
iTunes?
It's probably all over the place.
I'm gonna have to see that one because I love documentaries.
Yeah.
I mean, they're my favorite entertainment.
There's actually CNN is doing a good series on movies now, a documentary series, and you are figuring prominently in it as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
2 things to watch.
John, I wanted to ask in The Fanatic, your character Moose mentions a couple of times somebody you've worked with before, and that's Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yes.
And
she's got 2 pools.
I got a kick out of hearing that because I'm sure you guys are friends or have been over the years, and maybe it's been a while. But has word gotten back to her that, or have you heard from her that she's mentioned in that?
Not yet, but soon.
Okay.
Soon. I invited her to the premiere, so maybe she'll learn that.
Yeah. I thought, was that Fred's idea to include that, or did he write that in?
Okay. He wrote that. All the dialogue is. I improvised quite a bit, but all the primary dialogue is Fred's.
Okay.
Because it seems. But I was reading that he was working with you, sort of. Asking questions to Moose to incite responses, so that you started to think.
Well, that's
in that
the actor, and Fred he's a really terrific actor as well as a director. But he's the only director I've worked with that actually could do this. But he would legitimately improvise with me as moose, and it got me in the frame of mind. And then I would go to each department. I go to the lighting department, the wardrobe, the makeup here, and I'd be in character, and I'd have them ask me questions. And it was like a juggernaut. And as soon as Fred sensed that I had arrived at the moose zone,
the moose zone,
boom, we would do action.
That's cool.
And it was a very, very great way to. There's nothing better for an actor to prep than for someone to ask them questions about them.
As in the character.
In the character.
So that's
to think in the character.
Is that classically what we would refer to as method?
No, I'd say it's a method.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the classic method because it has more about reliving past incidents and things. I think this is.
And you never had a mullet.
And I never had a mullet. But I do think that assuming the beingness of a character quickly is where you want to be when you do a role, and it helps you to be that when you're asked questions before you go on.
Sure.
You know, it's nice.
You didn't have a mullet, but you did have a long hair in Pulp Fiction, and I get you in my phone fairly frequently. When I'm not, when I'm running late to the gym, my trainer will send me a text, and it's just you doing the looking around me gif in Pulp Fiction. In that role, you played such an interesting character because you're lost a lot of the time, and you know you're in this haze, but you're also in this like euphoria. Where did that come from?
It's a very good question because you know he's a hitman, but he's also what they call a chippy, a weekend heroin addict. And I thought, well, I have no reality on that. I'm gonna have to find out. So I interviewed several heroin addicts and asked them about how they felt. And then finally one day I said, look, I'm never gonna do it, so you have to help me understand that feeling. And he said, okay, well, I really can't, but if you have to know the beginning of the feeling, is get really drunk on tequila and lay in a body of warm water. And he said that little bit of feeling is the beginning of that.
Did you
do
that?
I did that. And of course, when I'm not a drinker either, but when I did it, everyone I knew wanted to join me in the experiment. Oh, that sounds cool. When are we doing that? Wow. Okay, we are doing my character study together tomorrow night.
Man, that sounds like fun. I want to do that.
It was fun, and then from there I grew, and then with the descriptions that they told me, and I was able to design it. But that's even Quentin didn't know all the time what I was doing because he just trusted me. He said, John, well, I don't why he's walking that slow, why he's talking this slow, I'll figure it out later. But
he let you go? He just let you go?
He just let me go.
Wow.
Because I think the great ones do that. Brian De Palma and Quentin and Robert Altman and Mike Nichols, all those guys I worked with all had that one thing in common. They hired you, you're 90% there. 10% is guiding you here and there.
Is that what happened? So it's Saturday Night Fever. John Badham was the director?
Yeah, he let me go because I said, Badham, you're from Texas. I'm from New York. I know this guy better.
Yeah.
So leave me alone. I'll help you with me, and then I won't interfere with how you direct
It's got to be the ultimate compliment as an actor for a director to say, you got it.
It is, and it's the smartest.
Yeah,
If the actor is trustworthy.
Right.
Foot kind of fits down into it. It sits into the shoe, and it's just the way that it's shaped on like the arch of my foot that when I walk sometimes, it makes this like squeaking noise.
So it's like it gets suction.
Yeah.
And then she moves it and goes,
I've had shoes like that.
Yeah.
Like that. So can you do it? I don't know. If our microphones probably won't be able to hear it.
Yeah.
You'd have to. Oh, God. That's incredible. That's incredible.
You're not going to be able to hear it.
All right. Do it.
You're not going to be able to hear it. Hold on. No, I can't do it.
No, you can't do it. She did it earlier.
Performance.
And I thought for sure she would be able to do it on command. There it is. Do you hear it? She's walking down the hall.
It happened a little bit. There's no way. It's too. It's
All
too
right.
low.
It's too faint.
Yeah, too faint.
I
to
hate,
hear it.
like when you come into our lobby and it's been raining outside.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There was an episode of Cheers where I think Frasier or somebody got shoes for everybody in the bar, and they were all squeaky shoes, and it was this silly physical comedy, but everybody in the bar is walking around with squeaky shoes, and every time I ever see that scene, I absolutely lose it. It's one of my favorite scenes from that show.
There's a SpongeBob episode called Squeaky Boots.
All right.
Yeah, which
great.
is that. Oh, Marissa's getting a microphone that we can rig up all the way down to your feet, Kathy.
Okay.
Wait, what is this?
It's fart shoes.
Fart shoes. Hang on a second.
Fart shoes.
Okay.
Is that SpongeBob?
No, it's Fozzie Bear from the Jason Segel Muppets movie.
Fart shoes?
Fart shoes.
Fart shoes.
Oh, my God.
I love that. All right, Marissa's got the mic.
So Marissa's got a mic. I'll turn it all the way up and just set it down by her foot.
Now, Kathy, you say your feet are perpetually sweaty, so.
I'll turn the other mics down.
did it too. Damn it. All right, ready?
Okay, hang on a second. I heard it.
Yeah.
Hold on, wait. Do it. You got to do it again. Shh. Yep, that was it. It's like a little, just like a little pop, butt pop.
Fart shoes.
Fart shoes. It's like that.
Yeah.
Exactly. One more time. No,
It's not doing it now. Hold on.
All right.
And
I heard that one.
That's your shoes, huh?
I heard it. Yeah, that one came through.
Yeah.
Did you hear that? All right. Thank you, Kathy. And thank you, Marissa, for bringing this back. Hey, so we're going to do the bizarre file, and then
okay.
we have an announcement to make.
Yeah.
It's a tease. I'm going to do that. Okay, so we do the bizarre file and then an announcement. I think you're going to love it.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Armor Metals and Recycling, and you can get paid for your old computers, monitors, printers, and more at Armor Metals and Recycling. Armor Metals is your e-cycling headquarters, and they're your most trusted recycling partner. Visit armormr.com for more. So you can follow along this story. The woman who allegedly ran over a Chicago police officer while hijacking his squad car on the west side is a respected accountant and real estate agent who had just been sexually assaulted and took the squad car on to escape the situation. That's what her defense attorney said. But the video looks a little different. Prosecutor James Murphy painted a much different picture that he said is supported by a substantial amount of video and audio evidence. Whitley Temple remained hospitalized at the time of Wednesday afternoon's bail hearing. The judge, Kelly McCarthy, set a bail at $2 million cash for her. Now, the incident began when Temple ran out of a home naked and irrational and holding a gun that she fired at witnesses. She fled in a vehicle, struck an AT&T truck, got out of the truck, and ran around it before returning to her car and driving away. Portions of those events are on video. Moments later, another camera recorded Temple getting out of her car in an alley and putting on shorts and flip-flops while making random comments. At one point, she looked through her purse saying, "I got a gun, I got a gun, I got a gun," but no weapon is visible in the footage. Then she drove away, got out of her car. Camera showed that she tried to climb onto passing cars. An officer who was responding to calls of shots fired stemming from her initial gunfire saw her lying half naked in the street and stopped to help. As he radioed for an ambulance, Temple got up from the pavement, started saying his name repeatedly, and walked around him to get into the squad car's driver's seat. The cop tried to stop her, but she allegedly told him, "Let me go. This has nothing to do with you." Now, 2 videos have gone public, show what happened next. As the squad car reversed, it dragged the officer into another vehicle, and he got struck, and he struck his head, and it was a miracle that he survived. Temple drove the squad car to the gas station, got out of the vehicle while it was still rolling, went into the station, then came back out and drove away with the patrol car again. She then drove onto the inbound Eisenhower Highway, weaving in and out of traffic at 97 miles an hour, and then was still going 76 miles an hour when she exited and started running red lights on surface streets. She struck 5 occupied cars, got out, ran down a block until police arrested her. Ta-da!
That seems different than the initial story.
Toxicology test came back positive for cannabis and benzodiazepine, which is commonly used as an oral anti-inflammatory but can cause hallucinations in large doses. The police officer was also taken to the hospital. Doctors closed his head with 6 stitches. The cop also suffered from a hyperextended knee. It was not yet clear if he would be able to return to patrol duties.
When we were watching the video, it looks like he should be dead.
He got it. Yeah, it looks like he got run over.
Yeah.
The defense attorney said she has degrees in finance and accounting. She operates 2 businesses, a tax service company, and real estate firm, and has a 6-year-old daughter, and said that Temple was the victim of a sexual assault prior to this, which is why she was naked. Ms. Temple believes she was given something, which may turn out to be true. You don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But she certainly acted like she was on something. She is charged with attempted murder of a police officer at this point.
What a nightmare.
Yep. A Jacksonville man has been charged with the armed carjacking of a street sweeper after a muddy takedown. The sheriff's office said deputies ultimately arrested 18-year-old Sterling Orlando Davis Jones after a 3-hour pursuit ended in a mud-filled ditch.
So that 3-hour pursuit covered what, about a quarter mile?
Yeah, maybe. Police were looking for an armed subject described as a man wearing a gray hoodie, dark pants, and having short dreadlock-style hair. Police say that he was driving a stolen street sweeper.
It's a perfect getaway vehicle.
That was taken during an armed carjacking. The fact is that he, jacked somebody for their street
You really
sweeper.
want this?
I've always wanted to drive one of these.
Because it's so cleanly.
Deputies say they spotted the vehicle and the driver got out and ran on foot. Jones was observed running down the road with what was believed to be a firearm in his hand. However, deputies lost sight of him. The search continued with a K-9 team. And Davis was ultimately apprehended. The deputy tackled him to the ground, both landing in a mud-filled ditch. And there's, I saw the arrest picture. Yeah, he's just covered from head to toe in just thick muck.
Yeah.
Yep. A dozen students and 2 adults ingested floor sealant served as milk Tuesday morning during a summer program at a school in Juneau. 1 child received medical treatment after consuming the substance, and 2 more were picked up from the program and may have sought medical advice.
Is that if you're lactose intolerant?
Shortly after breakfast was served, students complained of the milk tasting bad and burning in their mouths and throats. According to the district, all breakfast components were served by a Nana Management Services staff and placed on trays which children brought to the cafeteria to consume.
Jeez.
It was confused for milk, which sounds hard to believe, but if you have used anything yourself, it is similar, they said. It is milky white fluid. After the complaints, the districts and staff smelled and tasted the substance, thought to be milk, and examined the container on the label, and they found that the milk was actually floor sealant.
God almighty.
Resembling liquid milk.
You know how they made it up to the kids?
What?
They used hash browns in a potato salad. It was great.
The district's email to parents stated the staff immediately directed students to stop consuming the substance and removed it, and then they asked for assistance.
They could have died.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. One last story. On Thursday, Sacramento Metro Fire arrived at a wrecking yard where a Tesla was fully engulfed in flames, and when firefighters attempted to extinguish the electric vehicle, the fire would keep reigniting. The vehicle was involved in a crash 3 weeks earlier, sustained major damage, and was parked in a wrecking yard for dismantling. The fire started in the battery compartment, and there did not seem to be an external ignition source, so it just lit up.
This is the problem when your batteries are made by the same company that makes novelty birthday candles.
And they would keep reigniting the fire, and the wrecking yard assisted the fire department by turning the car on its side and exposing the battery compartment. That even with the water being directly sprayed onto the batteries, it would still keep reigniting.
That's really wild.
Yeah, eventually a small pit was dug and filled with water, and they dumped it in there.
They're going to have to figure out, because this has happened a couple times.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to figure out a way to extinguish a battery fire like that.
Yeah, I mean, you remember the phones that was happening too.
Yes.
And so airlines started carrying these special bags.
Yes.
That when it's on fire, they can't put it out. They have to put it in this bag, and it will keep it from catching other things on fire. All right, there you go. It's what I got in the B file. All right, we have an announcement to make. This is really cool. MMR is excited to let you know that we're going to have show number 2 of the Always Sunny in Philadelphia podcast. The first show sold out, and the second show, sorry about that. The second show will be the next day, Monday, September 19th at the Met.
So I had a feeling it was going to sell out, but for them to follow through with the second show is fantastic.
I mean, it sold out immediately.
Yeah.
All right, so Glenn Howerton, Charlie Day, Rob McElhenney doing an in-person taping of their critically acclaimed podcast, an unofficial look back at the past 15 years of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. So tickets for show number 2 go on sale today at noon. So a little less than 2 hours from now, you will be able to purchase them, get them before they disappear.
Is the graphic up that we're looking at the screen? Is that the rum ham?
Yeah.
That it is.
Yes.
Yep. And so you can get details at WMMR.com. So once again, Always Sunny in Philadelphia podcast, show number 2, Monday, September 9th, the next night at the Met right here in Philadelphia. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. Lesson, question, trash, music news. They're coming up next.
Higher end performance.
I want to ask you, you've worked with John Woo twice, right?
Oh, yes.
So you did Face Off and Broken Arrow, and for a guy who's so incredibly likable, you play a incredibly adroit prick in those movies. You are so evil.
I haven't figured that out yet. How is that possible?
But it seems to me you enjoyed it so much, especially with playing basically Nicolas Cage.
Yes.
With that, and you are so hilariously evil in that. Was that just a joy?
It was a joy, and it was easier for me than it was for Nicholas.
Because he had to tamp down.
Well, Nicholas really had to find me somewhere, and he had a hard time finding me in the movies because I'm different in most movies. But Nicholas is very specific in his talk and his behavior, and so it was a little easier for me to grasp his side of it than it was for him to grasp my side.
So I wanted to ask you, let's get away from acting for a second. I wanted to ask you about your planes and your pilot's license. What ratings do you have, and how long did it take you to get them?
Okay, you ready for the long list?
Well, so I have a couple of friends that are pilots, and so I'm a little bit familiar with it.
Okay, I have 10,000 hours in the air.
Jeez.
It's quite a bit. I have, 12 jet ratings, 747, 707, Gulfstream, Citation, Lear, Hawker, Falcon jet, three different fighter jets.
No kidding.
Oh, wow.
Wait, which fighter? Because Preston and I have both flown in fighter jets.
Yeah, I went
we
up
didn't
with the
pilot it.
No, I got to fly mine alone. I went up with the Blue Angels. And,
did you?
Yeah.
How was that?
Media flight. It was amazing.
Did they make you sick?
I passed out and puked.
That's why I won't go with them, because I don't want to do that. I have too much pride to end up, doing that. But
yeah, it was FA-18. You were in an F-16 because he was with the Air National Guard.
I wore a G suit, so I didn't pass out or get sick.
Yeah, well,
but I
that's
did pull 9
good
Gs.
for you.
Yeah.
Well, you have to tell them before. You have to say, you know what? I don't want to get sick. Please don't make me. Yeah. So that's my.
And how many years? How long did it take?
Oh God, I've been flying since I was 16.
Okay.
Really? It blows my mind when I see a shot of you sitting in the cockpit of a 707. I mean, because I know my litmus test has always been, if you've ever locked your keys in your car, you shouldn't be a pilot. So, but to me that it requires such a skill set and an attention to detail. And you just legitimately, we know about like David Gilmour is a pilot, and there are a lot of people just love it. I'm thrilled with the notion, but I would never do it because I know my own limitations. But I mean, when you get behind when you're flying a 747, are you white knuckling it, or are you just in absolute ecstasy?
No, I find that the bigger the plane, the more almost simple it is.
Really?
Yeah, and less complex. Well, it's complex in its systems, but it's, there's a lot of booster systems and boosted systems, I should say, that make it like a power steering. It's kind of effortless.
Backups.
You don't really feel the size of the plane.
All right.
In the smaller jets, you actually feel it more.
Would there be enough room for me to lay down and cry? Because that's all I.
Yes, you can lay down and cry.
Well, being famous, you have a lot of people have the privilege of having private jets and being flown all over the place. When you do get into one of your jets or something, are you flying it?
Yes, for the most part, unless I'm tired, and then you shouldn't be.
Did you see there was a news story yesterday? Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s citation went off the runway, caught on fire.
Really?
Everybody got out. Everybody was okay, but the plane was a total loss. Yeah.
Oh, I've got to look that up.
Yeah,
I think you always learn by these things.
Okay. Yeah, they're the FAA and the Safety Administration are looking at it. Speaking of aircraft, your 707 is is being donated?
Yes, I'm donating to Australia. I've had it 18 years and I loved it, but it's getting antiquated and it's time to give it away. So I'm donating it to an Australian museum.
Was this the one we heard? We were talking to Olivia Newton-John, and she said that she had never seen Grease, and you had her and her husband.
Yes.
Come on, his husband had never seen.
He had never seen
And
Grease.
you actually went on the plane and watched it.
Correct. Yes, that is correct. I said, if you're going to marry Olivia Newton-John, you better see Grease.
Oh, that must have been so much fun.
It was, watching his reaction, because then he became the entertainment, watching him watch the screen, like I did with my dad with Mary Poppins when I was 10. I wanted him so badly to see it that I watched him the whole movie, watch the screen.
There was a screening of Grease last night at the Mann Music Center, which is this great venue in town, and they the Philadelphia Orchestra was there to perform the soundtrack, and they just do a phenomenal job of accompanying the live music with the movie, and people were just going nuts for it. I mean, the movie's nearly 40 years old, or maybe it's 40 years old at this point.
It is, and it is a phenomenon. It's really interesting to see how each generation embraces that film. Because I remember when I was little, watching Yankee Doodle Dandy or
Cagney.
Watching Wizard of Oz, and they all held up, but they were only 20 years old at that time.
Yeah.
This movie's 40, and it's still like it was as though it were done last year.
Yeah, it's pretty timeless.
It's really timeless, which I'm proud of.
It's funny, though, because I think there was a certain group in time where I was very aware of silent films, and it wasn't like I was around, thank God.
Yes, but they showed them on
you would see
4
it a lot.
o'clock movie.
Right. And you had an appreciation for it. That's a little harder to get now. But I mean, so for right now, I think a lot of people to be turned on to the movies of the 70s, which you are a part of.
Sure.
The second golden era of Hollywood.
Yes.
Because these are great movies that sit there, and when kids or younger people discover them, the light goes on. It's like, oh.
Yes,
because
and the more timeless they are, the more they discover them, not only in a new unit of time, but as though it were they were back then.
Yeah.
And it had the same impact, because Grease and Saturday Night Fever seemingly, even Urban Cowboy, have the same impact on the new generation that it had on people then.
Absolutely.
For some reason.
Still as profound as ever. Yeah.
It seems it. Do you know?
Yeah, as I did musical theater growing up, and Grease is the one play that has always eluded me, and I always wanted to play Danny Zuko, and now
I wanted to play Sandy.
Yeah, as a 44-year-old man, that's never going to happen.
Oh,
yeah.
at that point,
you're Donald Zuko at that time.
I think you should do it. The Fox News group did today. They did a reenactment of Grease. They filmed it per shot.
Oh, really?
Yes. You guys could do that.
We could do that.
100%. We've got our Sandy.
Absolutely.
We've got all our T-Birds here.
Sure. Frenchie.
I'm the lesser-known guy, Baldy. So
It doesn't matter. Just do the leather jacket. You're home.
I mean, we still, to this day, if somebody says, rockin' and rollin'.
And whatnot.
Of course.
It just finishes all the time.
Every single time.
Without
That's
fail.
hilarious.
Well, so just thank you for all of that stuff that you've given us
you're
over the years. It's a
stuff.
real pleasure actually looking at you in the flesh. It's, you have beautiful eyes. Sean.
Really?
Man, it didn't get uncomfortable to the very end.
No, are you kidding? I'm an actor. I love compliments. Please, more.
You're dressed really nice, too. And what a watch on you in the pocket square.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I've decided that we're each other's scenery, and that at some point, maybe not for yourself, but for another person, you have to be presentable.
Yeah.
So anyway,
You had a great quote on Good Morning America. You're making the round, so you were hitting those guys, and you said something I thought was a great outlook, and you said, life is art. Life is art, so appreciate it, enjoy it, and it's here for your entertainment.
Well, it is, because I think so many people don't view life as an art, but how you eat, who you spend time with, where you go, how you do it, how you dress is all part of an art if you choose to allow it to be an art. It's not just the quote-unquote arts of music and dance and sports, and it's actually how we live, what we're doing right now. Well, of course, this is an art because you're on radio performing.
Yeah.
But it's how we interact is also part of the art of life.
I love that. I love that outlook. All right. Well, if you want to see John definitely in a role
big departure,
unlike he's ever been in, then you want to see The Fanatic. It's a great movie, and it's in theaters on August 30th. Wonderful to have you here, John. Thanks so much.
This was probably the most fun I've ever had at an interview situation. This has been awesome.
Thank you so much.
And loved your story, Nick, and I loved your story, Casey. Oh, my God. Two great stories.
I want to hug you so bad right now. Let's hear it. John Travolta, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Ewan McGregor is in talks to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah. I think you should let him off with time served. I'm giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent. I'm finding you innocent.
I
object. There's no way that's legal.
It's totally illegal.
Oh my God!
I think you need to go to sleep. I got to go to sleep.
That would be.
That would be
brilliant.
I would totally
Attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah, and he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri. He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear a Would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy. Yeah.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
But
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah.
with his law career,
law school,
With this,
passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say? John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
He gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV. Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
It's like Sam.
This bitch still got my TV.
Oh my God. Oh.
I suggest you return the TV. Give me the TV.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out of the pre-sale for the show #1. That was just the pre-sale. I mean, like, how does it sell? I guess they just keep selling them sometimes in a pre-sale.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't know.
Whatever it happened, it worked well.
It was went fast, and there was a ton of demand for these tickets.
Yep. So information at WMMR.com.
Or maybe it's just the pre-sale that sold out, and regular tickets do go on sale today.
That's a good question.
Yeah, Marissa, she knows things.
So the pre-sale sold out immediately yesterday. We had an MMR pre-sale. There was like Word Dazzle. That was out. Then tickets went on sale today at 10.
Yeah, 20 minutes ago.
Those sold out.
They did.
Those sold out.
Wow.
So that's why this new show is at noon.
Yeah, but we heard about this yesterday. Okay, anyway.
The pre-sale. The pre-sale sold out immediately.
I know, but I didn't. I thought the whole thing was sold out. So
You know what, man? We don't have to understand
I don't care.
it.
Who cares?
I don't care. It's the second show. It doesn't matter.
We got 2 shows. They're going to be in town.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I guess it was a need-to-know basis.
You don't need to know.
And right now we
All
don't.
you need to know is I'm the ticket master, and you're the audience member.
So those tickets are going on sale today at noon.
What? What they want?
Tickets to the second
Tickets
show.
for a second, possibly third show.
I mean, it's light lifting. It's the podcast, right? So if they can add shows, just do it. And they, and again, that ups the likelihood that maybe we can get them in the studio on the show. That'd be nice.
Real quick, here's a
Do we
text.
know?
Here's a random text that came in.
What do we know?
This says, "Hey guys, just letting you know that I'm having a great hair day."
Oh,
that's nice to know.
Wow.
That somebody's having a great hair day.
Does it say who that's from?
Nope. Just said they just wanted us to know.
Well, join the club. Me too.
Yep. So, Rambo, how's your day going? How's your hair day going?
Be better.
Yeah.
Still waiting on that third show.
All right. We're going to do today's lesson question. We're going to give away a float experience from House Gone Floats for the correct answer to this question.
Helps me de-stress.
And I think I have to go with this one. And I think we called it a dessert salad. But what is our favorite new kind of dessert salad? It's not Casey's potato hash brown salad. It's
Much more exciting.
Another one. 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer. Now, we did, however, recommend, Steve, that Razzles were put into Casey's salad.
It's true.
But what's a whole new salad that was created from that? 215-263 WMMR. If you know the answer, call. And while you do that, we'll do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Halcyon Floats, and you can give Dad the gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a float from Halcyon Floats, Philadelphia's premier float center. Relax, recover, reset. HalcyonFloats.com. What's going on, Steve?
Well, rapper Blueface and former NBA player Nick Young are set up to square off in the ring for an upcoming celebrity boxing match. Both admitted that trash talking has been difficult because there's actually nothing more insulting than having to fight in a celebrity boxing match. Tom Hanks, we talked about this earlier, seen freaking out in a video recorded after aggressive autograph seekers caused his wife, Rita Wilson, to lose her footing on a Manhattan street. In the video, an enraged Hanks screams, "Back the F off," before grabbing one of the overzealous autograph hounds and literally curb stomping him to death. Did not see that coming. And finally, Kim Kardashian says she has no regrets about divorcing Kanye West and being with Pete Davidson. Kim says having Pete is great because she really wanted to conduct a serious stress test on her vagina. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll see if we can indeed get an answer to this question. What is our favorite new kind of dessert salad? And it is Johnny that we'll go to. Hey there, Johnny.
What's up, bitches?
Yeah, bitch. All right, Johnny, what's our favorite new dessert salad?
Well, that would be a gum salad.
Gum salad. Exactly. Hang on, Johnny. We're going to get your info. We're going to give you a float experience from Halcyon Floats, and you can give Dad the ultimate gift of relaxation this Father's Day with a float from Halcyon Floats. And Philadelphia's premier float center is Halcyon. Relax, recover, reset. Check them out at halcyonfloats.com. That is spelled HALCYON floats.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, Nick just found a recipe for bubblegum salad.
Wow. No way.
It's not the same thing, though.
No.
It doesn't have actual gum in it.
Ours would be better.
It's non-fat cottage cheese, light Cool Whip, and 2 packages of sugar-free gelatin of any flavor. So the gelatin gives it
like a gum flavor. I got it. No, ours actually incorporates gum.
Yeah, like real gum.
Yeah.
We could make that, no problem. All right, music news brought to you by Jersey Mike's. Jersey Mike's new grilled portobello mushroom and Swiss sub tastes so good. It tastes as good as it sounds because fresh ingredients make a sub above. This was interesting. Tommy Lee exited the Motley Crue reunion tour on opening night after performing 5 songs.
Tommy want wingy.
We're going to play. Hungry. We got a clip here to play in a second. And according to Consequence.net, Lee told the crowd he recently broke his ribs and that he wouldn't be able to continue the concert. In his place, Ozzy Osbourne drummer Tommy Clufetos stepped in to complete the gig. So let's hear what Tommy had to say. There's a couple of clips here.
What I got to tell you is about 14 days ago, I broke not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 ribs. I wish I had a badass story like me and Conor McGregor scrapping out at some bar or something, but I don't. I hope you guys have a great time. And my boy Tommy Clufetos back here, he's going to help me get through this.
All right, and then he mentions that it was a doctor's orders, essentially.
The doctors told me, no playing, bro, no playing. And I was like, are you high, bro? We got a tour to do. So, anyway, I am sitting out for My boy's going to help me out here, and I'll see you guys later. On with the show.
So he got in 5 songs. He did what he could, but yeah, it's probably best that he not try that at all.
Especially the aggressive way he plays.
Yes.
I don't know how you would even do that with 4 broken ribs.
Yep, he moves around quite a bit while he's playing. So he later said that Clufetos is going to be filling in on upcoming shows as well.
Do you see? I'm sorry.
Writing, Tommy's here to help me out until I'm back at 100%. And we've all been waiting years for this moment, and there's no way I'm missing it.
Do they still travel, or is the rig, the upside down rig, part of the show?
I don't
It's kind
think
of his
so.
thing, right?
I think with 4 bands playing on this tour, that would be kind of hard to construct and put together as they're moving acts in and out. But I don't know for this definitively, Steve.
As he's gotten older, they are talking about carrying it to the next level, which is he will sit on a mobility scooter and ride around the drum kit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ride around the drum kit.
And hit
Okay.
the various drums as
That's
he's riding.
nice. I'd like to see that. Hailstorms Lizzie Hale has come out as bisexual in a post yesterday or Wednesday on Instagram in celebration of Pride Month. Hale wrote that she is unapologetically bisexual, as well as admitting that she hid her bisexuality for a long, long time. She decided to take this opportunity to reveal the news on her own to control the narrative. She wrote, "I've been approached by many outlets this month talking about Pride. But I'm deciding to post this straight from this Lil Bi horse's mouth." And she's been in a romantic relationship with the guitar player Joe Hottinger for almost 20 years. But apparently she prefers the company of men and women. So good for her.
Life is a smorgasbord.
Hey, Robert Plant was asked to be in Game of Thrones, but he turned it down. In an interview recently with Apple Music One, he joked.
He went with Richard Marx.
And said that he didn't want to get typecast.
What?
He admits that he loves Western European history from the Bronze Age up through all of the old religion. As he put it, in the days when, quote, when we were really in touch with our earth. As for what role he was offered in the HBO series, he couldn't remember. He said, "I got to ride a horse and go." And that's pretty much it.
So was there a character in Game of Thrones that rode a horse, Preston?
There were a few characters that rode horses in Game of Thrones, yes. That is correct. All right, and then finally, I usually don't report on birthdays that happen over the weekend, but this is a big one. Paul McCartney turns 80 years old tomorrow.
How about that? It's pretty amazing.
McCartney closed out the North American leg of his Got Back tour on Thursday night to a sold-out crowd at East Rutherford, New Jersey's MetLife Stadium, and Bruce Springsteen was on hand to join Paul and his band to perform his own song, Glory Days. And we're actually going to play a little clip of this in just a second. And I think it was Robert Plant who had accidentally broken Paul's bass strap. Right. And Steve, you were Paul just freaking out, just absolutely enraged.
What did you do? What are you, stupid?
I've been there for decades. Oh, my God.
I changed that!
I love that.
Could you feel any worse, like the nicest guy?
All right, so here's a clip of the boss playing with Paul. The audio that we get from cell phones is horrible. Yeah.
You get some of it, though. Though, listen, as big an icon and, as a musician, legendary musician as Springsteen is, to be on stage.
Oh, man.
Playing with Paul McCartney.
With one of the Beatles, with the Beatle.
Yeah.
That's got to, and Bruce has played with everybody, but he's still got to sit there and go, at some point, going back to his childhood and going, I can't believe I'm doing this, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
By the way, the boss returned to trade solos with Paul and the band during the show's closing Abbey Road finale, The End, because there's a series of rotating guitar solos that happen in that song. So that had to have been pretty cool as well. To date, Paul is the most successful songwriter in history, having written or co-written 30 U.S. #1 hits.
Here's some balloons. What? Are you kidding? I'm 80! Balloons?
80 years old. Doesn't want balloons. All right, there you go.
I'm not an idiot!
By the way, those photos and videos are up on PrestonSteve.com.
His fists are clenched. His face is turning red. He's stomping up and down, just absolutely livid.
God damn it! Have I not achieved enough? Do I not more? I don't know. Couldn't you spring for the large chocolate chip cookie cake?
It's the straw that broke the camel's back.
Enough.
Dude, he also just let the balloons go.
Did he?
Yes.
I didn't see that. So they were.
Oh, that's a great move, jerk off.
Who let? John Bon
did,
Jovi
yeah.
did. Oh, okay. He was just kind of setting them off.
Right, setting them free into the roof of the building.
Right.
Where are they playing?
Meadowlands.
Oh, then
Stadium.
there was no roof.
Oh, the Meadowlands?
Well, same thing.
Oh, it is.
MetLife Stadium, Meadowlands, North Jersey. It all sucks.
The Seattle Needle.
Right. Space Needle. Eiffel Tower.
City that never.
Eiffel Tower.
Right. St. Louis Arch.
You know.
They're all the same thing.
The city that's never by the bay.
Never by the. We're lovers.
Windy city by the Never Bay.
All right, we're done now, right? We're done?
I think by law we have to be.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We give away a Word of the Week prize when we return, so make sure you stay with us.
I need you to stop talking.
Joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like that?
In 7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're. 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
there's one
it's the one way out where we always get lost going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking
but the girl who does
Fear?
Nah.
might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chop-a-da-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you in 7 days. 7 days.
In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey.
The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on! You turned his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a second.
What just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. What? I don't have a mic.
So, what's going on with Lindsay Lohan and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia?
I'm sorry, I don't kiss and tell.
Mohammed bin Salman is his name.
Hey, Sababin bin Dalbin.
Rumors Mohammed bin Salman.
Salman bin Dagman, I love you.
Mohammed bin Salman.
What?
Rumors are circulating that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who many critics say is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman, and the perpetually beleaguered Lilo have formed a special relationship of some sort.
Wait, is it come again, roast beef?
Some believe that he is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman. So sources spill that he flies her around on his jets and showers her with presents, even gifting her with a credit card.
Oh, it's a Discover card. It pays you for every purchase.
A rep denies the claim.
What's in your wallet?
What's in your wallet? But sources insist that Lindsay, who has been based partly in Dubai for a few years, is regularly courted by Middle Eastern dignitaries.
I love dictators.
In Saudi culture of late. And
Kim Jong-un, this is Lindsay.
last year declared her intention to make an all-female film dubbed Frame about Saudi Arabian life.
I want to make an all-female version of Steel Magnolias.
It is an all-female. It's already.
God damn it.
If Lindsay is, in fact, good friends with him, she wouldn't be the first Hollywood star to cavort with dictators. Kim Jong-un and Dennis Rodman, Hilary Swank and Ramzan Kadyrov.
Yes.
Steven Seagal and Vladimir Putin are just a few of the reported Hollywood political odd couples. So Lindsay might be, I don't know, tight with Mohammed bin Salman.
Wow.
And yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He said in front of the dean, it was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. Kourtney Kardashian is fighting back against critics who claim that she does no work.
Preston, are you saying she's clapping back?
She is clapping back, Steve. Yep. And she got some blowback after posting multiple shots from her family vacations in Italy and Idaho. I know.
So what's it going to be, kids? Italy or Idaho?
She's only visiting places that start with I.
Yeah.
And Idaho happened to be on the list. In Italy,
Indiana.
In Italy, the Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids, Mason, Penelope, and Rain. Remember Poosh?
I'm sorry, I just pooshed.
Yeah, that's her. Is that her lifestyle brand?
Yeah.
Poosh.
Trying to be like Goop, I guess.
Yeah.
Poosh. I just pooshed in my pants.
People who brought you queef and drippy fart.
But she partied.
Poosh and queef. The award-winning triple line from Kourtney Kardashian.
The Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids nominally for her sister Kylie's 22nd birthday.
With the subtle scent of salmon.
Several other family members were there, as was her ex, Scott Disick, with whom she shares her children, and his girlfriend, Sophia Richie. Now, in Idaho, Kourtney and her kids...
We're going to Idaho, kids!
...hung with her sister Kendall. One social media user commented, Kourtney, this is why people say you don't work, girl.
girl.
And she replied, so she clapped back.
She clapped back.
We all have our priorities, so I'll be making memories with my kids and amazing people while living my life to the absolute fullest. And then a fight broke out between commenters who praised her for prioritizing her kids over at work and others who said, as working moms, they were dedicated to family too. And so Kourtney clapped back again.
So she clapped back at the mothers?
She says, who says I'm not a working mom? Because I most definitely am. Working moms can be dedicated, of course. As women, we should be supporting each other for what allows us to be our best, not being so critical and judgmental of each other. We all do things our own way.
Did they counterattack with the clap salvo?
I don't think so. There was not. Underlying her point, she wrote, travel diary coming soon.
Can't wait.
On Poosh. And I guess there must be an Instagram account because it says @Poosh.
Poosh.
Yeah, @Splooge. Splooge. We need to start our own lifestyle brand called Splooge. All right, so anyhow.
Well, that's her fight song.
Yeah, I guess so.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song.
Live it,
To be
girl.
honest, though, following her on Instagram, well, I don't follow her on Instagram, but I follow her through all the pages of TMZ and all that stuff as I put together stuff for the Hollywood Trash. And to be honest, I've never seen her do anything but vacation.
I know.
Well,
Yeah,
never.
That's what her job is.
That is her job.
Yep. Well, she's working hard then.
Well, just consult Poosh if you want to find out what she's up to.
Let's talk about the happiest place on earth.
It's magical.
Disney. This is Disneyland, by the way, in Anaheim. And there's a viral video, yes, that is making the rounds of a couple of families beating the ever-loving piss out of each other for about 4 minutes before they finally go their separate ways.
That's a long fight.
It is a long fight.
Is someone in a wheelchair?
It's in Toontown, by the way. There was somebody on a mobility scooter.
Okay, all right.
Kathy, but the fight happens. They start to split up. Then it sparks back up again. Then they kind of split up. Then it keeps going on and on.
I mean, and it's like the Andy Kaufman used to do the intergender wrestling.
Yeah.
They're brawling. Doesn't matter. The dude's beating on the woman.
Oh my God! Wait, so that's okay. I'm just seeing this for the first time. The guy
fists are
punches
flying.
the woman.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a couple of women beating up. It's just a mess.
Where's security?
Not that it's an excuse, but it kicks off. They're having words, and the woman just spits right in this guy's face, and then he slugs her. But I can't figure out who's on whose side.
No, and neither can I.
It's like I'm like, oh, he's hitting her now. I thought she was with him, and it's just who the hell knows what's going on.
And then the woman in the mobility scooter gets up as if she
can walk.
Yeah.
It's a
miracle. This stupid fight between these imbeciles has caused a miracle.
You know what? And there's a moment in this video where the whoever is filming this video, by the way, is laughing the whole time. She's not with them because obviously she would be getting in the middle of this.
And she's up close.
But there's an older woman who gets knocked down to the ground on her back, and you hear the woman filming just laughing her ass off. And I'm like, and you can hear children crying in the background.
Oh my God. There's a little kid walking around, and it's obviously I will freely admit, I chuckled a few times, but the really tragic part of this here is this little kid is watching these adults do this and walking around with his hands up like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Even a kid can't figure it out.
And he taps, I guess, who is his mother, like, hello, I'm here. Obviously he needs attention. He's upset too.
And all the while in the background, you have the delightfully colored Toontown.
Oh my God.
Happy place.
Listen, I understand that things can go awry anywhere, and somebody can have a bad day, and something can trigger. But if you can have the presence of mind to be aware of where you are, right then and there, you're in Disneyland, the happiest place on earth. Come on, look around you, see where you are. Shut up. But some people are just... some people are just a-holes.
It just kills me in this one because there was another one, Preston. I forget. It was like a kid's park. It was like an amusement park. It very well may have been Disney.
In North Carolina, where he lives now, and he says he's super duper happy. He
loves it.
Just with his life right now, and then the fact that he is being inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame is just icing on the cake. So good for him, and he certainly deserves it. It's in the broadcast field, or in that category. Also, Alejandro Bedoya, captain of the Philadelphia Union and longtime U.S. national team member and honorary co-chair of the committee that got the FIFA World Cup to Philadelphia, which will be here in 2026. The announcement was made yesterday, so it was cool to have him on. Then we had director Tony Yacenda, local fella, and he's bringing us the show called Players. It's a series, right?
Yes.
And
I think it's 10 episodes.
Paramount Plus, and it's about the e-gaming world, and it's a kind of having fun with it, poking fun, but a tribute as well.
It is.
Series. And then finally, our buddy Michael Barkan. Comcast Sports was on this morning, and he has the Barkan Family Healing Hearts Foundation golf outing, which is on Monday. Both Casey and I are playing in that. So we were just checking in with Mike and talking sports and just what's going on in his world. Such a great guy. So it was nice to have him on. Pierre Robert is here. Hey, man, how you doing?
Speaking of sports.
Yes. That's right. And from the sports desk of WMMR.
Here I am.
Here he is.
Let's kick some ass.
You know what? Real quick, I want to do a shout out if you don't know.
Sure.
If you don't mind.
Sure.
Because it's for today, and this is for Anna. It's either German or German from Piscataway.
It's just Piscataway.
I said she's my beautiful wife and partner in crime. She's turning the big 5-0 on June 17th. And he said, I can't imagine life without her. She's a gem of a human being, brings me so much happiness. Thank you, darling. Love you, and happy birthday. And they're celebrating their big day in California wine country with friends and lots of booze. But I'll be podcasting via Spotify just like at home. He says, your show is the fabric of our life.
Wow.
Isn't that
troubling.
Cool? Yeah. So that is from Jeremy in New Jersey. So here you go. And he requested a healthy onion and ketchup stepbrothers shirt, but we don't have time to do that right
sorry
now.
about that.
But thank you anyway. We appreciate that. All right, Pierre, letter of the day?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
A as in Albert.
All right, and we need caller number 3 at 215-263-WMMR who knows the word of the week. Caller number 3, a little bitty number this week. And we'll see if you end up getting the prize. So give us a call right about now, and we'll see what we can do for you. Everything good with you?
Right about now. The stuff's so
Funk Soul Brother.
I never know what he's saying, but I just go, the funk's so funky. Right about now, the funk's so funky.
Not quite.
Not quite.
Funk Soul Brother.
Yeah. The funk's what?
Funk Soul Brother.
The funk's little brother.
Yeah, there you go. You got it.
Okay.
What the
Right
was he
about
talking
now,
about?
The funk's little brother. He's got trouble, and that's why he's ubble. Okay.
That's why he's up.
Take a bath with Mr. Bubble.
That's right. All right. Now that we've solved that crisis, I can tell you that on the program today, we will have more Motley Crue tickets and Def Leppard and Poison and Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. Also, that's next weekend, by the way. We have Workforce Blocks, which will celebrate Ann Wilson's birthday from Hart, which is coming up on Sunday. A block of the great Alice Cooper. And for his birthday tomorrow, we will celebrate today Mr. McCartney in a Workforce block.
All great
And some
stuff.
Father's Day songs, too, in there. And a sweat set coming up in a mere moment or two. A little Southern rock sweat set I've got planned for this morning. So
Very interesting.
yes, yeah, we shall see where we go.
All right. Let's see if someone knows the word of the week. It is Alex that we're going to go to. Hey there, Alex.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Alex. What is our word of the week?
Ho, 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 Santa.
Santa! Ho, ho, ho! Santa's got to go!
Yes. I hit the wrong button, Casey.
That's okay. I got you.
All right. I need my... We got to do that all over again. Hang on a second.
The whole thing?
Say Santa.
Hang on. Yeah, we'll get her to say it again.
Say Santa.
Not yet. We're not ready yet. Hang on.
We're ready to go.
All right.
Now, what's
Alex,
that word?
Alex, what's the word of the week?
Santa.
Ho, ho, ho! Santa's got to go.
Now we got it. All right.
Thank you.
Alex, we're giving you dinner for 10 at Nabraza Brazilian Steakhouse, all right?
That's fantastic. Thank you so much.
You got it. Hang on. Don't forget to see you can help celebrate the graduate in your life with 15 different cuts of meat and fish served right at your table and a gourmet salad bar. It is the perfect place for your graduation celebration. Private rooms available for parties of 16 or more. And you can get information and reservations at Nabraza.com.
I met my wife and children for lunch yesterday, and as I was walking into this restaurant, this guy drops his hat. So I pick up his hat and I go to hand it to him. I'm like, here you go. And as I look up, there was a table of like 10 people.
Yeah.
And they're all holding their hands in prayer. And I just ended up standing there and praying with these people. I got to tell you about that. Because I go, here you go. And then because I didn't realize that they were praying.
Yeah.
And then they were all sitting there holding hands. And I was like, okay, I guess I'm praying with you guys.
Please, dear Lord, return to me my hat.
Your prayers have been answered.
I love that. I love when I see somebody do a blessing.
Yeah, it's nice.
While they're out to dinner. It seems like such a thing to do at home, but when I see it out, I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Okay.
Very cool.
Good for you.
People be thankful for what they have.
And returning your hat, too. You were a good Samaritan.
All right.
They then baptize you?
Yes. Sorry, Preston. Let's move on.
All right.
They used ranch dressing. Yeah. They poured it over his head. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Trinity Rehab, locations all over and now open in King of Prussia, trinity-rehab.com. Also brought to you by Nitro Circus, coming to Trenton Thunderball Park on June 26th. Tickets are on sale now. And also Pella Windows and Doors. Take advantage of their summer sale today at PellaPhilly.com. Next week on our program, we got some stuff stacked up for you. Mr. Brett Michaels will be joining us, which is cool. The band Everclear, I believe they're going to come in and play, right?
Yes, sir!
That's pretty cool.
Art Alexakis and Company. We're going to talk to Dick Vermeil next week.
The great Dick Vermeil.
And we have the I Bleed for Preston and Steve blood drive, which we're going to be broadcasting live from, and Pierre Robert will be broadcasting live from as well. So that is next Friday. A lot of stuff to get ready for next week. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.